The African sun unleashes its scorching fury upon the Serengeti, turning lush grasslands into a parched wasteland. For the creatures trapped here, the brutal dry season is a grim test of endurance. This is Nia, a lioness utterly alone, without the protection of a pride. Her 3 two-month-old cubs crave the scarce drops of their mother's milk to survive. But for 5 long days, Nia has not had a single bite of meat. If this gaunt mother falters today, these tiny lives will never see another dawn. The wilderness has no place for pity or weakness. Hiding her cubs deep in the grass, a fierce survival instinct still burns in Nia's exhausted eyes. Ahead lies a storm of dust and blood, where the true battle for life is about to begin. Far on the horizon, the ground begins to tremble. A low rumble travels through the dry grass, a thunderous rhythm heralding salvation's approach. The Great Migration has arrived, a surging tide of life pouring onto the plains. For Nia, that rising cloud of dust is not just food, it is the only hope for her young cubs. But nature's gifts always come at a great price. The first line of defense she must face is the highly intelligent and vigilant zebra. With their keen eyesight and sharp hearing, they are the finest sentinels of the vast savannah. Mingled amongst the dazzling black and white stripes is the vast army of wildebeest. They are not as sharp as the zebra, but they protect one another with the strength of a colossal moving wall of flesh. Nia patiently presses her belly to the cracked earth, her lean coat vanishing into the withered grass. With a pride, a hunt would be a perfect symphony of strategy and encirclement. But now, she is utterly alone, and any miscalculation will be paid for in blood. She must select her target with cold, absolute precision. If she rushes out too soon, the chaotic stampede of panicked hooves could crush her. And in this unforgiving wilderness, for a predator, to fail the hunt is to be sentenced to a slow and agonizing death. Hunger gnaws at the mother's weakening muscles. On the fragile edge between life and death, Nia sinks into stillness, slowly closing the distance to her prey. The decisive moment has come. Muscles coiled, Nia explodes from the tawny grass. The herd panics, breaking formation, scattering into a thick cloud of dust. Her target is a young zebra, out of step and falling behind. Summoning her last reserves of strength, Nia closes the gap and launches herself into the air. But in a flash of instinct, the zebra braces and delivers a thunderous kick. The blow sends the lioness's weary body tumbling to the arid ground. The dust slowly settles, revealing the escaped prey's vanishing form. A solitary hunt is always a high-stakes gamble, and Nia has just lost everything. She lies there, chest heaving, her gaze filled with despair as the herd recedes. But the lives of her 3 young cubs will not allow this mother to fail. Dragging her heavy paws, she must continue to follow the herds towards the banks of the Mara River. Where another, quieter nightmare lies in wait. The Mara River appears, sluggish and silt-laden, a deadly border crossing the vast plains. Beneath its deceptively calm surface, an ancient killing machine lies patiently hidden. The giant Nile crocodile. The lord of these murky waters has fasted for months, and now his great feast is finally served. Thousands of wildebeest throng at the precipice, their fear warring with an ancient migratory instinct. Then, one brave leader plunges into the current, pulling a torrent of life after it, turning the placid river into a churning cauldron. Whitewater erupts with desperate bellows as the crocodile's lethal jaws snap shut on the unfortunate. Brutal death rolls drag the victims into the deep mud, sowing absolute chaos throughout the herd. But on the muddy slope, amidst the bloody chaos, Nia quietly waits. The lone mother's intelligence has triumphed over her gnawing hunger. She need not waste her last ounces of energy in pursuit. She lets the river's cruelty do the exhausting work for her. The wildebeest that escaped the crocodile's jaws scramble up the steep bank, slick with mud, slipping, utterly exhausted. As one stumbles, Nia springs from her hiding place, seizing the decisive moment. She delivers a swift, precise bite to the throat of the slowest wildebeest. After her exhaustive efforts, a bloody victory is finally hers. The setting sun descends, bathing the vast savannah in a sacred silence. In the twilight, 3 tiny creatures eagerly devour their life-saving meal. Nia rests beside them, tenderly licking the blood from her cub's fur, her weary eyes now filled with peace. Resilience and intelligence have won this lone mother her victory today. But in the distance, the Mara River continues to flow. The great migration presses on, and the great cycles of nature will never pause. In wild Africa, the greatest reward after a long day's struggle with death is to see another sunrise.
Its presence is felt in the sudden silence of the grass, a ripple of unease that alters the very pulse of the wild. One step forward, and the landscape fractures. One roar, and the laws of the savannah are rewritten in an instant. The fleet-footed choose distance. The largest groups rely on discipline. Yet, all must eventually defer to the ultimate authority. Here, the question is not who dares challenge the lion, but who remains standing when it advances. In the southern Serengeti, where grasslands stretch for miles, African painted wolves move like the wind. Agile, versatile, and bound by seamless coordination. Each individual weighs roughly 60 pounds. Together, they form a masterwork of speed and strategy. Lions and painted wolves rarely clash over food, but territorial disputes are another matter. When a male lion detects wolves trespassing on his domain, the atmosphere shifts instantly. A single close approach can shatter the pack's formation. Facing a male lion, the wolf's instinct is to scatter, keeping distance and watching from afar. The divide between them is vast, a chasm of pure, brute force. A patriarch lion stands as a titan among shadows, possessing a weight that no amount of strategy can easily overcome. Yet, in this arena, gravity and muscle are not the only masters of fate. When a lioness wanders alone or with her cubs, she becomes far more circumspect. Her objective then is not dominion, but protection. The spotted hyena stands as one of Africa's most highly organized predators. Adults weigh roughly 139 pounds, with jaws delivering a crushing 1,100 pounds per square inch. Their clans are led by females, who are larger, more decisive, and maintain a strict order. Living in vast societies that can exceed 80 individuals. They are not merely hunters, they watch for opportunities to commandeer meals from lions or leopards. The hyenas weave a web of psychological attrition, testing the air, probing for a flicker of doubt. But the arrival of a male lion is a seismic event. His sheer authority shatters their resolve, reclaiming the earth with a single, heavy stride. A confrontation may be settled without the need for excessive force. Today, the meal remains with the masters. The clan retreats in an orderly fashion, conserving energy for another opening. Leopards are solitary specialists. Females weigh 88 pounds, though large males can reach 198. They dwell in the shadows, choosing high boughs or rocky ridges to monitor prey and stay safe. Should a lion approach, if the leopard reacts early, it vanishes like a launched arrow. Reaching over 35 miles per hour, a leopard can sprint up a trunk in seconds, beyond reach. Yet, if a whole pride surrounds it, the chance of escape is nearly non-existent. Lionesses coordinate to block exits, while a male uses his presence to exert control. Even high in the canopy, a leopard is not entirely secure. Lions, particularly young females, can sometimes climb to seize a stolen meal. On the plains, there is no permanent sanctuary, only fleeting moments of equilibrium between power and survival. On the Savannah, the cheetah is an icon of speed. With a body weighing 121 pounds, it is the swiftest in every chase. Usually, a cheetah can elude a lion thanks to its phenomenal velocity. With early detection, it curves away and vanishes from sight within heartbeats. But in moments of oversight, if a lion gets too close, even the fastest reflexes may fail. A hesitation measured in heartbeats can prove fatal. When competing for prey, the balance tilts heavily toward the lion. Having downed a meal, a cheetah must eat rapidly and depart before larger predators arrive. Among the great cats, the cheetah is the fastest, yet the most physically vulnerable. On the African plains, speed grants survival, but it never guarantees safety. On the grasslands, a lion's journey to maturity is a constant trial of instinct and order. For every 10 cubs born, only about 4 will reach their adult years. In their first months, cubs hide in dense thickets, entirely dependent upon their mother. Hyenas, leopards, and rock pythons lurk near the heavy grass. By age 2, young males leave the pride, wandering dozens of miles daily to find their own path. Territorial competition is the ultimate turning point of adulthood. Coalitions of male lions, usually 2 to 4, hold territories spanning 31 to 120 square miles. They patrol nightly, scent marking and roaring to assert their undisputed control. When two rival coalitions meet, the conflict can erupt with terrifying intensity. Territory control also safeguards the food supply and the next generation. New coalitions sometimes target existing cubs to reduce future competition. Having faced the giants of the wild, the honey badger returns to its refined instincts as a small-scale hunter. On the arid plains, it detects a tortoise moving slowly under the scorching sun. The badger studies it carefully, then flips it over with claws as strong as steel. It experiments with different angles, skillfully navigating small gaps to reach the nourishment within. For the honey badger, it is a well-earned feast. But it does not stop there. The honey badger even preys upon juvenile crocodiles. With even greater audacity, it sometimes challenges an adult resting near the reed beds. On the parched savannah, the elephant is a symbol of absolute crushing power. Standing over 10 feet tall and weighing tens of thousands of pounds, a single step shakes the earth. Conversely, the honey badger stands less than 12 inches high, yet size rarely limits its resolve. The elephant, a moving mountain, issues a thunderous warning, cloaking the air in a shroud of dust. Any other creature would vanish. But the honey badger is fueled by a singular, defiant madness. Small in stature, yet possessed by a spirit that knows no fear, it marches forward not in ignorance, but in open rebellion against the giants. Though a single kick could be fatal, its stubborn nature keeps it in the confrontation. On the Kalahari, the lion is the icon of authority. Every stride carries the weight of a ruler. Powerful jaws, muscles like coiled steel, and a pounce strong enough to fell an antelope in seconds. In its world, few dare challenge it, save for one small but remarkably tenacious creature, the honey badger. In the Serengeti, a law presides, more ancient than the land itself. Life must be paid for with life. Here, the dawn does not bring light, it brings exposure. There is nowhere left to hide. This is not a hunt, it is a war, waged over every inch of earth, in every living moment. This is no place for hesitation. A second's pause is a lifetime lost. Speed is the weapon, strength the sentence, and fear the deadliest of poisons. Here there are no villains, no heroes, only the hunter and the hunted. And the brutal symphony of the wild has only just begun. This is the Vermont salt pan in southern Africa. A wetland of some 42 acres, it is a sanctuary for a remarkable diversity of bird life. Its name is derived from the French Mont Vert, meaning green mountain, a tribute to the verdant, nearby Onrus Mountain. Powerful underground springs nourish the vegetation, creating an oasis for life. It has become a cherished destination, drawing nature lovers to witness its spectacle. In a single hour, one might observe as many as 40 different species, especially during the spring and early summer months. But as the dry season arrives, many species will migrate, flying thousands of miles in search of promised lands. The waters here can be swift and strong, yet there are also quiet lagoons. Each bird finds its own space. The red-knobbed coot spends much of its time preening or foraging for food. Two distinctive red knobs on its forehead are its defining feature during the breeding season. A shy bird, it will quickly depart if it senses danger. It feeds on the roots and stems of aquatic plants, but will also take small underwater invertebrates. Both parents share the duty of incubating the 5 to 7 eggs. The chicks leave the nest soon after hatching and are fully independent in about 60 days. The Cape shoveler often travels in pairs or small flocks. The male is distinguished by his characteristic yellow eyes. They are omnivores, feeding on both plants and animals, with a particular fondness for mollusks and insects. The great crested grabe, an exceptional swimmer, is comparable in size to a common mallard. In many nations, this bird is now facing the threat of extinction. It flies only during its seasonal migration, on an impressive wingspan that can reach nearly 35 inches. Its preferred food is fish. It dives to depths of 13 to 20 feet and can hold its breath for several minutes while hunting its prey. During the mating season, it dons a magnificent plumage, black ear-like tufts, and a striking reddish-brown collar. The black-winged stilt, a delicate bird with characteristically long legs, is about the size of a pigeon. Its slender, red legs account for 60% of its body height. Its wingspan can reach up to 32 inches. This species is exceptionally sensitive to environmental changes. Falling water levels and chemical pollution caused by humans are shrinking its habitat. The grey heron can stand over 3 feet tall and fly at speeds of 30 miles per hour. They are often solitary hunters but live in large colonies. The diet of the grey heron is varied, including fish, amphibians, and even small rodents and snakes. The unique shape of its neck allows it to strike with extraordinary speed to seize its prey, which it then swallows whole. They can hunt by day or by night, their excellent vision adapted for finding food in the darkness. This is a kelp gull. Although they often live in small flocks, this individual is alone. The plumage of adult and juvenile birds is markedly different. A young gull has a dark brown back. It will take 3 to 4 years for it to fully mature and acquire its adult feathers. This bird is an opportunist. It eats any small prey it can find, including refuse and carrion. The white-breasted cormorant, as its name suggests, has a striking white breast and neck. It is a large bird with a body length that can reach 35 inches. They inhabit open waters, from freshwater lakes to coastal lagoons, wherever there is a plentiful supply of fish. Each day, a cormorant requires about 1 pound of food. Astonishingly, it can swallow a fish up to 30 inches long. Its body is built for hunting fish, with powerful muscles and very little fat. It can dive to depths of 13 feet and hold its breath for a minute. The greater flamingo is one of this land's most splendid residents. They are capable of flying at speeds of up to 37 miles per hour. This is a highly social species. During migration, they can form immense flocks of many thousands of individuals. The flamingo's uniquely curved bill acts as a filter. They draw in water and push it out, retaining the small crustaceans, mollusks, and algae on which they feed. It is the carotenoid pigments in their food that give their feathers their characteristic pink hue. To rest, they often stand on one leg, a posture that requires incredible balance. Flamingos pair for only a single breeding season. Their courtship dance is a spectacular display of synchronized movements. Both parents build the nest and take turns incubating a single egg for about 30 days. The chicks are born with gray plumage and only acquire their brilliant pink feathers at 2 to 3 years of age. Unfortunately, the greatest threat to the flamingo comes from human activity. Climate change and industrial pollution are destroying their habitats. The kelp gull population, in contrast, is very stable, with an estimated 3.3 to 4.3 million individuals worldwide. Plastics and oil spills are the primary threats they face. The black-winged stilt, though small, is both intelligent and resilient. It may forage alone, but will band together to defend its nests from predators. The white-breasted cormorant also faces persecution from humans. Fishermen often see them as competitors and will drive them away, or even shoot them. Sometimes, the mere presence of people is enough to cause them to abandon their nests. Approximately 55% of chicks do not survive their first year due to predation or starvation. Sanctuaries like the Vermont salt pan offer safety, helping the birds to avoid the fishing nets and oil pollution common in harbor areas. Sadly, despite its extraordinary biodiversity, the Vermont salt pan is not yet a designated reserve. Commercial interests and a lack of funding are significant obstacles. The clearing of eucalyptus trees for housing developments has forced many bird species to leave. Poaching still occurs due to a lack of enforcement. The efforts of local authorities to establish a reserve here are invaluable. This corner of paradise is surely worthy of protection, so that future generations may also wonder at its beauty. Here, life is as fragile as a candle in the wind. There is no promise of tomorrow, neither for the strong nor the weak. One wrong step leads straight into a living hell. Second chances simply do not exist in nature's dictionary. Fate can be stolen away, faster than the blink of an eye. Any living thing can be prey. For the colobus monkey, a moment's lapse in concentration can be fatal. Danger is ever present, and sometimes it comes from a close relative. They share this forest with chimpanzees, and for the most part, both exist on a diet of plants. For around 70% of the time, chimpanzees feed on fruits, leaves, and other vegetation. Like any other creatures on Earth. A troop of brown lemurs spends the cool night and early morning warming themselves together. But they can never let their guard down. A formidable predator is on the prowl. The fossa. It moves with equal stealth through the trees and across the forest floor. A fossa may sleep for long periods, but once awake, it can travel up to 16 miles a day, patrolling its territory. Exceptionally flexible ankles allow it to descend trees head first. This blend of feline power and mongoose agility makes it a peerless hunter. And the lemur, one of its favorite meals, can sometimes be as large as the hunter itself. Madagascar is also home to a master marksman, the chameleon. Many believe chameleons change color to camouflage themselves. In fact, it is primarily for thermoregulation or to display emotion, a vibrant form of communication written on the skin. Its true weapons are its eyes, two independent turrets, each capable of rotating 360 degrees. When a target is locked, they converge, providing perfect three-dimensional vision. A praying mantis, intent on its own meal, is oblivious to the silent approach of danger. And then, strike. The tongue launches from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 1/100th of a second. This sticky, viscous spear is longer than its entire body. The mucus on its tip is 400 times more viscous than human saliva. The unfortunate mantis has no time to realize its fate. Deep in the ancient rainforests of Cameroon is the realm of a real-life King Kong, the western lowland gorilla. Powerful, intelligent, and immense. A fully grown male can stand 5 feet tall. Young males spend much of their time observing the adults. A mature silverback is the embodiment of absolute power, 8 times stronger than an Olympic weightlifter, with a bite force double that of a lion. They display this strength through chest beating, charging, and tearing at vegetation. Within each gorilla troop, only one silverback reigns supreme. Every gorilla has a unique nose print, much like a human fingerprint. Researchers use this feature to identify individuals throughout their lives. Yet, for all their phenomenal strength, they are, for the most part, gentle creatures. They are the diligent gardeners of the forest. Seeds that pass through a gorilla's digestive system germinate more effectively, helping to regenerate this ancient forest. If the gorilla is nurtured by family, this creature is a solitary hunter from birth. The king cobra, born an orphan and an innate killer. The mother plays no part in raising her young. The moment they hatch, they must find their own first meal. Armed with a neurotoxic venom as potent as an adult's, these tiny snakes need no size to be lethal. A bullfrog would be a perfect start. In northern Zambia, a creature that seems to have walked out of the Jurassic. The shoebill, standing nearly 5 feet tall, it can remain motionless for hours, a terrifying patience. The killer instinct is deeply ingrained. Hatching days before its siblings, the firstborn kills them in the nest. Now an adult, it hunts the shallows. Its 10-inch bill, tipped with a sharp hook, is not for display. It acts as a perfect counterweight when the moment comes to strike. In the Okavango Delta, the annual flood brings life, creating lush new pastures. To survive here means adapting to a semi-aquatic existence. For the Lechwe antelope, this is no problem. They gather here in their hundreds. Long, splayed hooves and a water-repellent coat allow them to move through the wetlands with ease. The Okavango, home to the continent's most efficient hunters, the African wild dog. A large pack like this may hunt twice a day. A hunt, the pack holds a democratic vote by sneezing. If a quorum of sneezes is reached, the hunt is on. Unlike lions, wild dogs have a deeply compassionate society. After a kill, the fit and healthy regurgitate food for the old, the infirm, and the injured who could not join the hunt. No one is left behind. While some must run to live, others must swim. The spotted-necked otter, with its streamlined body and incredible speed, is a swift and relentless killer. Sharp claws and jagged teeth make it formidably dangerous as it pursues slippery fish. And while the otter relies on speed, the saddle-billed stork depends on patience and timing. Standing over 5 feet tall, it is the world's tallest stork, giving it a great advantage when wading through deep water. It often hunts by touch. When a fish brushes against its partially open bill, it snaps shut with astonishing speed. On the Luangwa plains of Zambia, 3 male cheetahs have formed a coalition. A herd of wildebeest with their young has been spotted. The chase begins. But when it comes to drinking, the cheetah needs not stealth, but cunning. It must contend with the crocodiles concealed along the riverbank. The cheetah's eyesight is superb, but the crocodile is a master of camouflage. The cheetah, however, is the fastest land mammal on Earth, capable of reaching 75 miles per hour in just a few strides. It can turn at a 50-degree angle while at full speed, a feat beyond the capabilities of even the finest motorcycle. Speed is its gift, but also its curse. After each sprint, the cheetah's body overheats like a straining engine. It must rest for at least 30 minutes to cool down, a time when it is most vulnerable to scavengers like hyenas or lions. As the seasons turn, so too does the landscape. At the St. Lucia estuary in South Africa, the green mamba must adapt its hunting strategies to the floodplain. Its emerald scales are a signal of lethal danger. The very shape of its head is coffin-like. Its venom attacks the nerves, muscles, and heart, causing a rapid death from respiratory paralysis. Often dismissed as opportunistic scavengers, hyenas are, in fact, expert hunters. They are masters of the long-distance chase. Their stamina is rivaled only, perhaps, by the African wild dog. Each year, the Luangwa floodplain draws tens of thousands of migrating wildebeest. These waterholes are a lifeline for the thirsty herds. Amidst the arid desert, an elephant matriarch and her young calf face a journey of survival. They have traveled over 40 miles across this wasteland and must urgently replenish their strength. But these are no ordinary elephants. They are the desert elephants. Relying on knowledge passed down through generations, the matriarch leads her family to a hidden source of life, the Honib River. Its water lies deep underground, but the acacia trees that line its banks offer precious gifts. A bull uses his immense strength to shake the trees, dislodging the pods from the high branches. He then uses his dexterous trunk, composed of 40,000 individual muscles, to gather the fallen rewards.
When the grasslands grow still, death can awaken on a single breath. There are no rules. There is no mercy. Existence is a right earned only by the strong. Golden eyes ignite in the haze of withered grass. Bodies press low to the ground, each movement a pulse of tension. A shift in the wind carries the scent of approaching death. Patience has worn thin. And then, chaos is unleashed. A thunder of hooves, a roar of fury, and dust explodes into a storm. The zebras scatter. A wave of panic rips across the plains. But there is no escape. Jaws clamp down. Talons dig deep. In this world, hesitation is fatal. Life and death are separated by a single breath. Life fights back, held fast in the hunter's grip. Silence descends once more. The pride savors its prize, a victory earned with sweat and blood. Sunlight catches the fallen stripes. It is nature's cruel ritual, played out for eternity. But the hunter is not always the ruler. Two shadows emerge from the distance, colossal and commanding. The true kings have arrived, the male lions. They do not need to hunt, they simply appear. A single roar, and the spoils of the hunt are surrendered. The lionesses fall back, their eyes vacant and still. Justice has no meaning here, only survival. On this land, blood is a currency more valuable than power. And every triumph demands a price. A legacy was forged from the crucible of history in the arid lands of northeastern South Africa. In 1926, Kruger National Park was officially created. Its story, however, began in 1898, when the Sabi Game Reserve was first protected under the advocacy of Paul Kruger. These wildlands have, for over a century, been united into one unbroken conservation ecosystem covering 7,576 square miles. Stretching nearly 225 miles from north to south, the park spans the provinces of Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Rivers, like the Sabi and Leopard, have sculpted the landscape, carving out deep valleys and dramatic gorges. Kruger's terrain is a rich mosaic, composed of low-veld plains, deep river valleys, and granite outcrops known as kopjes. life here is an intricate and ancient tapestry. Kruger National Park shelters more than 147 species of mammal, including the famed Big Five. Its canopies and waterways are home to over 500 species of birds. The landscape is covered by some 120 reptile species and over 2,000 types of native plants. But this incredible diversity becomes a liability with the coming of the dry season. Kruger National Park faces its most grueling period of the year from May to September. The land grows barren, grass fades to yellow, and leafless trees expose a stark, open landscape. Streams and smaller ponds evaporate, leaving only a few perennial lifelines, like the Sabi and Letaba rivers, to sustain the living. The terrain becomes unforgiving, but in doing so, it reveals the relentless rhythm of survival. Among these rhythms are the short migrations. Herds carve their own paths across the land, seeking fresh grazing and the last traces of water. These quests for survival can span dozens, even hundreds of miles. And at the head of this great migratory column are pilgrims whose endurance seems endless. The blue wildebeest begins its relentless journey of survival, moving across a fractured earth under a searing sun. They are the trailblazers, undertaking a migration of hundreds of miles in search of green grass and the last of the waterholes. Like a great silver-grey river, the wildebeest herds flow across the savannah. A mature blue wildebeest can weigh as much as 550 pounds. Curved horns are sported by both males and females, used in self-defense and in ritual combat during the mating season. Short grasses are the lifeblood of the wildebeest. Their nutritional value plummets as the vegetation dries, forcing the herds to keep moving. Their bodies were sculpted for endurance. Powerful, long legs empower them to travel hundreds of miles without collapse. Their stomachs and livers are uniquely adapted to process dry, low-nutrient grass with an efficiency few other herbivores can match. Even their reproductive rhythms are synchronized to defy the punishing conditions. Mating is timed to the end of the wet season, which guarantees that calves will be born just as the next rains begin. A flood of calves is created, as most females give birth almost simultaneously. This strategy, known as predator swamping, simply overwhelms the hunters. The newborn is on its feet within 5 to 7 minutes of birth, and in a matter of hours is ready to follow the herd. But no journey is without peril, especially when lions are stalking the last of the waterholes. The herd's powerful bond forges a living, moving shield. Man-made fences, however, have severed ancient migration routes, demanding greater energy and exposing the herds to new dangers. But they do not make this journey alone. A striped companion is always by their side. The plains zebra joins the wildebeest in this pilgrimage of survival. In constant concert with the wildebeest, zebra move across the plains, depending on their keen eyesight to give early warnings of predators. The wildebeest, in exchange, offer the zebra safety in numbers on the exposed plains. During the dry season, zebra favor short, open grasslands that provide an unobstructed view. To satisfy their energy demands, they must graze almost constantly, dedicating up to 70 or 80% of their day to foraging. Meanwhile, a silent journey of their own begins for the giants of the savannah, high above. Kruger's southern giraffes do not undertake migrations on a massive scale, but they make subtle, crucial changes to their behavior. They drift towards woodlands and riverbanks as the short grasses wither, where green leaves still cling to the trusses. Their necks, over 6.5 feet long, give them a total height of over 18 feet, allowing them to browse the high canopy with ease. This capacity to reach what others cannot is their key nutritional advantage. They can survive for days without drinking, drawing sufficient moisture from the leaves they consume. Yet, when they do drink, their incredible height becomes a profound weakness. They must either kneel or splay their forelegs wide to lower their heads, an awkward pose that severely restricts their vision. This posture leaves them exposed to ambush from predators lurking at the water's edge. This vulnerability is offset by their immense vigilance. Before committing to drink, they will often pause to scan their surroundings. They are not hunters in the dry season ecosystem, but they are its watchtowers, serving as living radar across the savannah. But even vigilance from above is no match for the absolute power that commands the ground. At the same time, the great tanks of the savannah move in parallel with the migrating herds. In Kruger National Park, the African elephant is a symbol of untamed power. A mature bull can weigh close to 16,500 pounds. In a single day during the dry season, an elephant will consume up to 300 pounds of roots, grasses, fruits, and bark. While they do not follow rigid paths, elephants, guided by memory and the wisdom of elder matriarchs, always know where water can be found. Elephants will use their tusks to dig for subterranean water sources when the ponds have turned to dust. This act not only saves them, but provides a lifeline for countless other species that depend on the resource. Elephants must expand their home ranges during the dry season to find scarce resources. Their diet shifts flexibly. They move from grazing on grass in the wet season to a preference for browsing woody plants in the dry months. With their formidable social bonds, elephants provide unshakable protection for their young. The females will instantly form a defensive ring around a calf at the first sign of a threat. Trapped by a ring of sharp teeth, the mother has no escape. She is acutely aware she cannot face the pack by herself. But a primal power awakens as she gazes into the innocent eyes of the calf cowering behind her. It is a strength born not of muscle, but of the silent promise of motherhood. She will not run. She will become the last line of defense, a living fortress built to defend the life she brought into this world. She is no longer prey in this moment. She is a warrior, fighting not for herself, but for the future of her bloodline. In the dry season, the ecological influence of elephants is immense. They are engineers of the ecosystem. Elephants open the woodland canopy by felling trees and stripping bark, which permits sunlight to reach the forest floor and encourages new growth when the rains return. And smaller lives, with quiet cunning, find their own methods of survival in the shadow of these giants. The steenbok and the common duiker, unlike the colossal elephant, are small and masters of concealment. Standing only 18 to 21 inches tall, the steenbok weighs between 20 and 29 pounds. Its reddish-brown coat, white underside, and enormous ears allow it to pick up the quietest sounds. The common duiker is built stockier and is slightly larger, with powerful hind legs designed for explosive escapes. Both species navigate nimbly through the last patches of short grass and low shrubs during the dry season. They tend to forage at dawn and dusk, when the shadows are long and the air is cooler. The steenbok can survive without regularly drinking water, a remarkable adaptation that allows it to rely on moisture-rich plants. The duiker, by contrast, depends more on its speed and its ability to hide when danger approaches. These two species do more than just survive. They help to control the growth of shrubs. They are also a preferred meal for leopards, hyenas, and martial eagles, forming a vital link between multiple levels of the dry season food web. But danger is not confined to the ground. A lethal shadow now looms over the land from the sky above. The martial eagle spreads its wings high above, its gaze sweeping across the land below. As the largest eagle in Africa, the martial eagle patrols Kruger's arid skies in silence. It can spot small prey from several hundred yards away, with eyesight 3 to 4 times more powerful than a human's. It stoops like a living arrow once a target is chosen, striking with talons of devastating force. The dry season forces smaller animals to emerge more often in search of water, which presents ideal hunting conditions for the eagle. From 2018 to 2022, a camera trap study at nests identified 44 different prey species. The diet was composed mainly of monitor lizards and helmeted guinea fowl. Martial eagles showed a preference for feeding reptiles over birds to their young as temperatures climbed. A constant challenge is protecting a kill from other predators. The martial eagle has to be swift before lions or hyenas are drawn to the scene. The martial eagle population in Kruger, however, is falling. A decline of approximately 56% compared to earlier surveys has been reported by research from the African Bird Club. When the sky is no longer safe, the ground offers no peace as a master predator melts into the darkness of night. Another solitary and adaptable hunter, the leopard, waits in the concealment of a tree, shrouded in silence. The leopard is Kruger's master of solitude and stealth. It uses the shade of riverine forests and the thickets near dry riverbeds to launch its ambushes during the dry season. The kill is dragged into the branches of a tree after a hunt, keeping it secure from scavengers. A leopard can haul a carcass weighing twice its own body weight into the canopy. The ruler of the shadows waits in silence, high on a branch. The leopard requires neither the velocity of a cheetah nor the collective power of a lion pride. Silence, patience, and a body that merges with the twilight are its weapons. Its prey, far below, remains oblivious to the death that looms just overhead. This is a hunt without a chase, without a roar. It is a battle of wits, a high-stakes game between predator and prey, where the rustle of a leaf or a whisper of wind could signal the end. And in this suffocating stillness, who will be the first to make a fatal error? The leopard is most dangerous at dawn or dusk, when small animals emerge from their shelters to seek water. It explodes from its hiding place when it is near enough a sudden, arrow-like pounce, striking with jaw and claw. Spotted hyenas frequently appear after a leopard has made a kill, hoping to steal the carcass. During the dry season, the leopard's behavior is shaped heavily by its environment and by human activity. Leopards hunt less on bright, moonlit nights when prey are more vigilant. They have greater success on darker nights. But not every predator depends on the cover of darkness. One turns the daylight itself into an arena for its terrifying speed. Another large cat, also a solitary hunter with a spotted coat like the leopard, comes with a different name, the cheetah. The very anatomy of the cheetah is engineered for speed, with its lightweight frame, long legs, and flexible spine. But the cheetah pays a steep price for its famed ability to reach explosive speeds of 68 to 75 miles per hour. Its claws are semi-retractable, unlike the fully retractable claws of other felines. They are harder and constantly exposed, acting like cleats to maximize traction with each stride. Its long tail serves as a living rudder, providing stability during high-speed turns. They hunt at dawn or dusk, using the low grass and sparse bushes as cover. Its sprint lasts only a few seconds and rarely covers more than 400 to 500 yards before exhaustion and rising body temperature force it to halt. After a successful hunt, it must eat quickly, as its kill is extremely vulnerable to being stolen. The savannah holds its breath. All life seems to pause. This is not a chase for the cheetah. It is a gamble with life and death, all decided in a few fleeting seconds. Millions of years of evolution have been invested in this single burst, an explosion of muscle, a flash of lightning across the plains. But this speed is also a curse. Precious energy is burned with every stride. Every second pushes its body closer to collapse. Failure is more than just a lost meal. Failure brings exhaustion, vulnerability, and the death that could come from opportunists waiting in the shadows. And now, the fate of both hunter and hunted will be settled on that razor's edge. The cheetah is also burdened by the legacy of two critical genetic bottlenecks. The first happened around 100,000 years ago, and a second occurred at the end of the last ice age, about 12,000 years ago. Genetic diversity was nearly erased by these population collapses. As a result, modern cheetahs possess extremely low genetic variation, leaving them susceptible to disease, prone to stress, and incredibly sensitive to environmental shifts. The savannah's smaller predators employ their own strategies and command their own domains. And just beneath the arid surface, a sudden death can be dealt with a single, silent, and venomous strike. The puff adder is behind more snakebites in Africa than any other single species. It lies motionless on footpaths or in Kruger's dry grass, its camouflage superb. When stepped on by accident, the puff adder hisses in response, coiling into a defensive shape before it strikes. Its venom is mainly cytotoxic, which, if untreated, causes extreme swelling and tissue destruction. Puff adders are at their most active during the early morning and the cooler hours of the late afternoon. They are ambush predators, waiting for small mammals, birds, or lizards to wander past before striking with astonishing speed. But venom is not the only reptilian weapon. In the murky depths, a prehistoric predator waits with jaws far more terrifying than any poison. Kruger National Park is celebrated as a kingdom of reptiles, and the Nile crocodile cannot be ignored. The crocodiles lie in wait in the mud as the Letaba or Sabia rivers contract, anticipating prey that comes to drink. A single snap is all it takes to drag a wildebeest into the water, with no chance of escape. The crushing power of a large crocodile's bite has been measured at over 5,000 pounds per square inch. As the river levels fall, crocodiles become nearly immobile during the day to conserve their energy. They set their ambushes in the early morning or late afternoon, when animals arrive to drink or cross at the water's edge. Fish are their primary diet, but crocodiles will seize the opportunity when the water recedes, and mammals are forced to come closer. Unlike the predators above ground, the king of the savannah hunts as a collective. That unity gives them the confidence to take on even other predators, like the Nile crocodile. And yet, even the ruler of the waters must respect the power of the pride, the true kings of this land. The lion pride senses a change in the air as the sun dips below the savannah's horizon. Their keen eyes scan not just for prey, but also for the subtle signals carried on the grasslands. The male, with his muscular body, is defined by a magnificent golden mane. They carry themselves with a regal grace, each step both heavy and light, as if aware that every footfall holds the potential for death. Their attention is captured by a movement in the water. A lion cautiously nears the swamp, where the dark water has begun to stir. A half-seen figure is drifting slowly closer. Only its head and crimson eyes break the surface. The crocodile seems to blend perfectly with its surroundings, utterly still and waiting. The lions hold their ground, their gaze locked on their target, and the air itself grows heavy. Then, as if by some unspoken accord, both declare war. Neither predator will yield. The two rulers trade lethal blows. But there is no clear victor when the battle is over. Both the lion and the crocodile carry deep wounds, the signs of an uncompromising war. They back away, their eyes filled with the regret of an unfinished fight. Both know that victory in this world is rarely absolute. Life continues, carrying with it new chances and new challenges for them both. No one can rest for long in the wild, because the struggle to survive is eternal. And as the king's throne begins to tremble, a savage laughter echoes across the savannah, signaling the ascent of a rival power. In the lion's predatory domain, the spotted hyena is one of the main contenders. Spotted hyenas are more than just scavengers. They have their own sophisticated hunting methods. They conduct nocturnal hunts, running their prey to the point of collapse before their powerful jaws tear it apart. Hyenas become the undisputed rulers of the world of carrion, especially when lions are absent. They exist in a matriarchal society, where females are the clan leaders and have first access to food. Hyenas will coordinate in smaller packs to bring down agile prey on major hunts. When facing lions, hyenas will withdraw if they are outnumbered, but they will boldly challenge for a kill if their numbers are greater. But not all hunts are decided by brute force. Some transform the chase into a deadly marathon, where endurance is the ultimate deciding factor. Pack unity is the key to the African wild dog's survival, just as it is for lions and hyenas. They do not use ambush tactics, but will chase their prey to the very end. This species is thought to have the highest hunting success rate in Kruger, at around 70 to 90%. Their society is also matriarchal, with a dominant female in the leadership position. The wild dog's body is engineered for stamina and speed, with its long legs, low shoulders, and a lean frame. Large, rounded ears help them to dissipate heat, while their white-tipped tail serves as a visual flag for other pack members. To avoid the intense heat of the dry season, they are most active in the early morning and late afternoon. Their hunting technique is based entirely on endurance. The pack will begin with a silent approach when they have singled out an impala or a young wildebeest, then explode into a full sprint. They close in as the prey is weakened by thirst distance, or exhaustion. The African wild dog, despite being one of the most successful hunters, is still a rare sight in Kruger. They need vast territories, which frequently brings them into conflict with humans along the park's boundaries. Their populations have been further weakened by infectious diseases, especially canine distemper and rabies. And after every brutal conflict, when the silence returns, the sky reveals the cleaners, the final witnesses to the end of every life. On the savannah, there are no promises. Each dawn is a new test, each dusk a hard-won victory. It is a realm where the circle of life never ceases, where each species must carve its own path to endure. Prepare for a journey into this wild universe, to uncover tales of adaptation, extraordinary strategies, and breathtaking moments of natural power. The dawn begins to stain the grasslands in hues of gold and bronze. A faint chill from the night still clings to the air, but soon the sun will command the horizon. Amidst the rustle of grass and the distant calls of birds, a roar erupts with ground-shaking force. It is the call of the king. A fully grown male lion appears in a clearing, his thick, dark mane glinting in the sunlight. Hundreds of pounds of muscle, a magnificent mane, and a gaze of cold, indisputable authority. Do you think it is easy to be king? Look deeper into the eyes of this lord of the savannah. That proud mane and thunderous roar conceal a little-known truth. Even a king must fight relentlessly to keep his crown, and sometimes depend on others to survive. Standing nearly 4 feet at the shoulder and weighing close to 420 pounds, he is a formidable giant. His territory is vast, stretching up to 100 square miles. Here, every tree, waterhole, and rock bears his scent, marked with urine and deep claw gashes. But such an immense kingdom cannot be protected by a solitary individual. Contrary to popular belief, it is not the male who provides for the pride. That role belongs to the lionesses, the true strategists of survival. Lionesses are exceptional hunters. They are lighter and more agile, their bodies built for speed and stamina. When hunger strikes, they move out in silence, their keen eyes scanning the plains. A herd of zebra is grazing placidly just a short distance away. The hunters know they must approach undetected. They spread out in a crescent, using every dip in the terrain and every bush for cover. The wait is agonizingly long. Minutes stretch into hours as they watch, calculate, and patiently bide their time. Then, in an almost imperceptible instant, the tension breaks. The lionesses surge forward, reaching an astonishing speed. The unfortunate zebra bolts, but its effort is in vain. With a precise leap, a lioness sinks her claws into its flank. The pride finally has its meal, but on the savannah, even success can be fleeting. The wind carries a chilling, throaty sound, a series of laughs, yet containing no joy. Within a lion pride, the bond is not just strength, but something sacred, family. Affectionate head rubs, the calls that carry on the wind, are how they remind one another that no one walks alone. The cubs find safety in their mother's embrace, and the females rely on each other during the arduous hunts. Even the majestic king needs the quiet protection of his pride, for power is never absolute. On a savannah fraught with peril, unity becomes a shield, more resilient than any fang or claw. It is where kinship transcends the harsh laws of survival, proving that true strength lies in devotion. And so it is with us. No matter how far we roam, we eventually return to where a loving gaze awaits. Family, be it of humans or of lions, remains the most enduring kingdom, one no enemy can conquer. A clan of spotted hyenas is approaching. With their rounded ears and cunning eyes, they advance with an air of confidence. These creatures, often labeled as mere thieves, are in fact much more than simple opportunists. Organized into clans that can exceed 80 members, hyenas have a matriarchal society where females hold dominion. Their jaws are a marvel of natural engineering, delivering a crushing bite force capable of splintering bones too thick for even a lion to break. This allows them to utilize every last remnant of a carcass, recycling nutrients back into the ecosystem. But make no mistake, hyenas are also masterful hunters. They possess almost supernatural stamina, capable of pursuing prey over long distances until the victim collapses from sheer exhaustion. Now, as the hyena pack closes in, the lionesses growl, refusing to yield their prize. For a few moments, all other sounds of the savannah seem to fall silent. The tension is palpable, but as the hyenas' numbers grow, the balance of power shifts. One by one, the lionesses are forced to retreat. In an instant, the clan descends upon the carcass. Cackles and clicks fill the air as powerful jaws crush bone, reducing even the toughest parts to dust. It is a brutal, yet necessary, reminder. On the savannah, nothing is guaranteed. Every meal is a battle won with tooth and claw. As the sun climbs higher, both predators disperse. The lions return to patrolling their territory. The hyenas vanish into the tall grass. The sun is at its zenith, the heat shimmering in the air like a mirage. Across the plain, a colossal dark shape moves with serene grace. The African elephant, the largest terrestrial mammal on the planet, walks with a steady gait, each footstep pressing deep into the arid earth. Reaching heights of over 10 feet and weighing more than 7 tons, it is truly a great engineer of the natural world. Its tusks, which can grow to more than 6.5 feet, are not just symbols of majesty, but also essential tools for digging for water. The trunk, with its approximately 40,000 muscles, is a masterpiece of precision and power. It is used to pluck the most delicate leaves from a branch, yet it can also lift heavy logs. Approaching an acacia tree, the elephant wraps its trunk around the stem and, with a powerful twist, brings the entire tree crashing to the ground. This seemingly destructive act opens up space for other vegetation, creating clearings where sunlight can reach the ground. Elephants are social animals, living in family groups led by the oldest female, the matriarch. Her experience is vital to the herd's survival, for she holds the memory of ancient trails leading to hidden waterholes and green pastures. But even a giant like the elephant faces challenges on the savannah. The relentless search for water during the dry season can force them to travel dozens of miles each day. When they find a river or a pool, the scene becomes almost magical. The herd gathers, drinking their fill, while many immerse themselves for a cooling bath. Not far away, another of the savannah's giants approaches with the caution of a seasoned warrior. The rhinoceros, with its thick hide like a suit of armor, appears almost invulnerable. Weighing up to nearly 3 tons and possessing horns that can reach 2 feet in length, it is a formidable presence. Unlike the elephant, the rhinoceros is more solitary, spending much of its day grazing or resting in the shade. Despite its size and strength, the rhino has relatively poor eyesight. To compensate, its sense of smell is exceptionally keen, allowing it to detect the presence of other animals from a great distance. When threatened, it becomes ferocious, charging at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour and using its horn like a deadly lance. Yet, there are also moments of peace. At a mud wallow, the rhino indulges, coating its body in a thick layer of mud, a natural defense against parasites and the scorching sun. This quiet scene is essential in an environment where every day is a test of endurance. Though different in their habits and behaviors, the elephant and the rhinoceros share common ground. Both play a crucial role in the ecosystem. Their actions, whether felling trees or clearing paths through dense bush, benefit countless other species. As the afternoon wears on, the sound of heavy footfalls and snapping branches in the distance marks the movements of these great creatures. As night approaches, they retreat to safer areas, leaving the savannah to the returning predators. The sun is low now, casting long shadows across the savannah. Among the sparse acacia trees, tall, elegant figures emerge. They are giraffes, the silent sentinels of this ecosystem. Standing up to 18 feet tall, they are the loftiest land animals on the planet. Their impressive 18-inch tongue, covered in tough skin, deftly navigates the sharp thorns of the acacia to pluck tender shoots and leaves. Every movement is graceful, almost choreographed. They feed in small groups, always maintaining a high level of vigilance. Their eyes, positioned on the sides of their heads, provide a panoramic view, detecting even the slightest sign of danger. Despite their great size and gentle appearance, giraffes are by no means defenseless. When cornered, they can deliver kicks powerful enough to break a predator's bones. However, the giraffe prefers to avoid conflict, using its superior height to spot threats and move away before it is too late. But while they browse the treetops below, the grass stirs. A cheetah, almost invisible, is on the prowl. Its eyes are fixed on a small group of impala grazing a short distance away. The cheetah is the very definition of pure speed. With a slender body and long, powerful limbs, it is born to run. It can reach 70 miles per hour in just a few seconds, thanks to an incredibly flexible spine, large nostrils, and a heart capable of pumping blood at a furious rate. It approaches with light steps, moving against the wind to remain undetected. Every muscle is tensed, ready for the decisive moment. When the distance closes to less than 200 feet, it explodes into motion. In 3 seconds, it has reached a speed of nearly 60 miles per hour. The chase is violent but brief. In less than 30 seconds, it will all be over. With a final, precise leap, the cheetah brings down its prey, suffocating it with a firm bite to the throat. But the effort comes at a cost. The big cat's heart is beating so fast that it must rest before it can even begin to eat. This moment of vulnerability can attract other predators, like lions or hyenas, who would not hesitate to steal its prize. While the cheetah recovers, the savannah returns to its natural rhythm. The giraffes, ever watchful, continue their slow procession. The contrast between them and the swift hunter encapsulates the complexity of this ecosystem. Strength and agility, patience and explosive power, all coexisting in a fragile balance. The day is ending, and the heat begins to subside. The evening breeze carries the scent of earth and grass, as the savannah prepares for the changes that night will bring. Near the wetlands, where the elephants just passed, another elegant silhouette begins to draw the eye, the grey-crowned crane. With their long, slender legs and graceful gait, they resemble royal dancers performing amidst the wild grasslands. Their sturdy, sharp grey beaks are perfect tools for survival, ever ready to probe the mud for insects, frogs, or roots. Atop their heads sits a crown of brilliant golden feathers, shimmering like a delicate halo in the fading afternoon light. Grey-crowned cranes are distinguished not only by their regal beauty, but also by their resonant calls, a haunting, low-pitched melody in the quiet expanse. Their mating call can travel for miles, like a whisper of the wind carried to the sun-scorched grass. When the breeding season arrives, the savannah witnesses one of the most romantic and intricate courtships in the natural world. The two birds circle, spread their wings, and perform spectacular high jumps, synchronizing in a passionate dance of love. Their bond does not end with that moment, for grey-crowned cranes are among the few savanna birds that remain faithful for life. Despite their delicate appearance, they possess an incredible survival instinct against the constant threats of the plains. Their wide wings, with a span of up to 6.5 feet, allow them to take flight with ease, gliding on the winds to escape the clutches of leopards or jackals. Unlike many of their crane relatives, they are able to roost and nest high in the trees, thanks to a grasping hind toe. From their elevated perch, they act as other silent sentinels of the plains, their eyes scanning the marshlands below. As the daylight wanes, the tall, slender figures of the crane pair are silhouetted against a fiery red sky, creating a poetic sunset tableau. This moment of peace for the savannah's dancers concludes a vibrant chapter under the sun, blending perfectly into nature's transitional hour. Dusk transforms the savannah into a mosaic of brilliant golds and lengthening shadows. Amid the heavy silence, the thud of hooves echoes like a warning. A herd of African buffalo is approaching, kicking up dust that mingles with the hot air. With a muscular frame of nearly 2,000 pounds covered in a dark coat, the buffalo is considered one of Africa's most dangerous herbivores. Their horns, which fuse at the base to form a shield-like boss, are lethal weapons used for both defense and establishing dominance. The strength of this animal is complemented by the collective intelligence of the herd. Herds can number in the hundreds, and when threatened, they instinctively form a defensive formation. The strongest males create an outer barrier, while females and young remain protected in the center. This defensive behavior is so effective that even the lion, the king of the savannah, must think twice before launching an attack. Nevertheless, confrontations do occur. When a predator dares to come too close, the consequences can be catastrophic. Charging at speeds up to 34 miles per hour, a buffalo is capable of tossing a lion into the air with its horns. While the buffalo commands the open plains, another giant reigns by the riverbanks, the hippopotamus. At first glance, its round body and slow terrestrial movements can be misleading, but behind this calm facade lies one of Africa's most unpredictable animals. Weighing up to 1.5 tons, the hippopotamus spends most of its day submerged in rivers and pools. Its sensitive skin requires constant moisture, and its eyes, ears, and nostrils are positioned atop its head, allowing it to breathe and observe while underwater. But as the sun begins to set, they leave their aquatic refuge and march in search of pasture, traveling several miles in the night. Although they are herbivores, their enormous jaws, capable of opening to 150 degrees, are a real threat to anything that stands in their way. With canine teeth that can reach 20 inches in length, a hippopotamus can bite with terrifying force. Territorial disputes between males are true spectacles of aggression. Two rivals face off, mouths agape in a threatening display, before charging at each other with fury. Even at rest, the hippopotamus influences its habitat. As they enter and exit the water, they create natural channels that help maintain the flow of rivers during the dry season. As night falls, the savannah transforms. The buffalo herd gathers closer, alert to the sounds of the darkness. Two giants, different in their habits, but equally vital to the survival of this wild world. The early wind stirs the golden grasses, revealing a deep, rhythmic thunder that spreads across the savannah like a distant storm. It is the sound of thousands of hooves, heralding one of Earth's greatest natural spectacles, the great migration of zebra and wildebeest. On the horizon, a sea of stripes begins to form. These are the zebra, their striped patterns so unique they are like individual fingerprints. No two are ever the same. Each of these stripes has a purpose. They confuse the vision of predators, making it difficult to single out a target when the herd is in motion. Zebras live in family groups led by a dominant stallion. He defends his group fiercely, ever watchful for any sign of danger. They are not alone. Amidst the stripes, the grey, more robust figures of the wildebeest appear. Numbering around 1.5 million, wildebeest form endless columns, crossing the savannah in search of fresh grass and water. It is a journey of more than 500 miles, fraught with peril, but driven by the primal urge to survive. The strength of the wildebeest lies not in its speed nor its aggression, but in its numbers. Together, they become an unstoppable force. When a river bars their path, like the famed Mara River, the challenge becomes even more intense. The deep waters conceal enormous crocodiles, silent predators waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, the migratory flow does not stop. One by one, the wildebeest plunge into the current, followed by the zebras. Some will not survive the crossing, but for the majority, reaching the other side means another step towards life. The association between zebra and wildebeest is far more than mere coincidence. Zebras, with their selective appetites, graze on the taller grasses, leaving the softer shoots preferred by the wildebeest. In return, the wildebeest provide their striped companions with an additional layer of protective vigilance. Meanwhile, predators watch from a distance. Lions and hyenas know that the migration offers a unique opportunity for a great feast. When the dust finally settles and the last group has crossed, the plains look as if they have been swept by a storm. The cycle of migration, as ancient as the savannah itself, is not just an act of movement. It is a reminder of the interdependence of all species. The sun sets on the savannah, painting the sky in vibrant shades of orange and purple. As the light fades, a new phase of the day begins, bringing to the stage creatures that favor the cover of darkness. Among them, a master of stealth glides silently through the night, the leopard. With its muscular, agile body covered in rosettes that mimic the play of light and shadow in the foliage, it is almost invisible to the untrained eye. Weighing around 130 pounds, the leopard combines power and elegance in a way few predators can match. Unlike the lion, it is a solitary hunter. Its keen senses, powerful night vision, and precise hearing make it a ghost of the savannah. Once it has identified its prey, be it a small antelope or a careless baboon, it approaches with infinite patience. With an explosive burst of energy, the leopard seizes its victim, dispatching it with a precise bite. And before any other predator is aware, it has carried its prize aloft. With impressive strength that allows it to carry prey twice its own weight, it hauls its meal high into the trees, beyond the reach of hyenas and lions. While the leopard moves silently under the cover of night, in another corner of the savannah, under the harsh light of day, a group of small mammals stands on their hind legs, vigilantly scanning the horizon. These are meerkats, creatures weighing just over 2 pounds, whose collective strategy is a model of social intelligence. Living in groups called mobs or clans, meerkats can number up to 40 individuals. Each member plays an essential role. Sentinels stand erect, their heads swiveling in all directions to detect threats like eagles or jackals. At the slightest sign of danger, they emit a piercing alarm call, and the entire group vanishes in an instant, diving into their underground burrows. These burrows are true fortresses, with multiple entrances and extensive tunnels, providing shelter from both enemies and the extreme temperatures. Their diet consists of insects, small vertebrates, and even scorpions, which they handle skillfully to avoid the venomous sting. Despite their small size, meerkats display incredible courage. A group may confront a venomous snake, distracting and attacking it from multiple angles until the intruder is driven from their territory. These two worlds, one of the solitary predator and the other of the cooperative community, illustrate the contrasting paths to the same goal: survival on the savannah. Both depend on sophisticated strategies and a perfect understanding of their environment. The sun rises again over the savannah, and with it, one of the continent's most efficient hunters awakens, the African wild dog. With its mottled coat and large round ears, its unique appearance is as striking as its skills. Weighing around 66 pounds, Lycaon pictus lacks the majesty of the lion or the speed of the cheetah, but it compensates for its modest size with brilliant strategy and cooperation. These predators live in tightly knit packs, where each member has a specific function and leadership is strictly observed. Before a hunt, the group gathers in a remarkable scene. They touch, vocalize, and wag their tails in an almost festive atmosphere. Once on the move, their tactic is a display of efficiency. They pursue their prey relentlessly, taking turns to lead the chase and force their quarry to run continuously. Their success rate is astonishing. In up to 80% of their hunts, the pack secures a meal. And unlike many other predators, wild dogs exhibit altruistic behavior. The youngest and weakest members of the pack are the first to eat. More discreet, but no less cunning, the black-backed jackal appears in the distance, moving with light, watchful steps, weighing between 17 and 22 pounds. It is a born opportunist, skillfully adapting to the changes in its environment. The black-backed jackal is a versatile survivor. It feeds on small mammals, eggs, fruits, and the carrion left by other predators. This varied diet allows it to thrive where others might fail. Often seen in pairs or small family groups, it uses its intelligence to avoid confrontations. The wild dog and the black-backed jackal may seem like secondary characters in a drama dominated by lions and elephants, but their ecological importance is undeniable. By hunting and scavenging, they help to control small animal populations and keep the savanna clean, preventing the spread of disease. As dusk falls, the wild dog pack gathers to rest after a successful hunt, licking their wounds and reinforcing their bonds with touches and playful antics. Nearby, the black-backed jackal quietly departs, carrying a small carcass to share with its mate. Two very different predators, yet linked by the same survival skill, adaptation. As the sun sets once more, the savannah is draped in brilliant hues of orange and red. The cycle of day and night is complete, as is the delicate balance of all the species that share this vast natural stage. The African savanna is a living stage, where each dawn brings new stories of struggle, survival, and adaptation. From the majestic elephants to the discreet black-backed jackals, every creature, great or small, plays an essential role in the balance of this captivating ecosystem. Here, life is a constant cycle. Predator and prey, flora and fauna, are all interconnected in a complex web of relationships. And though it is often a setting for unforgiving challenges, it is also a place of natural harmony, where strength, ingenuity, and cooperation ensure the persistence of all life. It is a burden. Here, lions do not merely form a family. They inhabit a fortress, forged of ferocity and fidelity. The vanguard of this fortress is the lionesses. They are phantoms in the scorched grass. Without the shield of a mane, nor a vainglorious roar, they wield a far more formidable weapon, coordinated patience. In the hunt, each lioness is a cog in a flawless machine of lethal precision. They hunt not for themselves, but to sustain an entire dynasty. The males, in turn, are the sovereigns, tasked with guarding the frontiers. However, this sovereignty is never permanent. A dominant male will hold his reign for perhaps only 2 to 3 years before being deposed by younger, more aggressive coalitions. The strength of the male and the strategy of the female are interwoven, creating an endless cycle of survival. One, the hunter, the other, the guardian. In the natural world, there is no equity, only the perfect symbiosis required to endure the rigors of time. The natural flow is being choked, and fresh water is becoming a scarce commodity. The sea encroaches upon the land, pushing ecosystems to a state of red alert. Rapid urbanization is steadily shrinking the habitats of wild species. Everglades National Park, an ecological treasure in the heart of America. A mystical and majestic space, recognized with many prestigious titles across the globe. This is home to thousands of rare and endemic species of flora and fauna. Marshes, mangrove forests, and endless prairies combine to form a vibrant and captivating natural tapestry. Beneath the vast sky of southern Florida, a silent battle for survival unfolds each day. The blue eyes of a Florida panther track a white-tailed deer. The great cat glides through the mangrove trees like a stealthy phantom, awaiting the perfect moment to ambush its prey. Each of its steps is also a stand against the encroachment of urbanization, as today only just over 100 individuals remain in the wild. In the brackish water, an American alligator moves in silence, but the current is no longer what it once was. Rising sea levels have ravaged the areas where they used to breed. The Everglades, a land that gives life to an extraordinary biodiversity, is also a battleground where precious creatures face the most devastating changes of the natural world. Woven from the ancient stories of nature, the Everglades is a place where every creature, from the American alligator to the West Indian manatee, exists in a slow but vibrant dance. Everglades National Park is one of the most unique ecosystems in the world. Established in 1947, the park protects over 2,300 square miles of land. The Everglades is the largest tropical wilderness in the United States, and also the largest wilderness area east of the Mississippi River. Overcoming all challenges, the park was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979. Its waters, like the arteries of the earth, were recognized by the Ramsar Convention as a wetland of international importance in 1987. The journey of the Everglades begins with an ancient geological story. It is a vast landmass resting on a layer of Miami limestone, formed millions of years ago during the Pleistocene epoch. Tiny marine organisms, corals, shells, and plankton died and left their sediments like silent pieces building the skeleton of this land. Unlike most national parks that protect geographic formations, Everglades National Park was created with a singular mission: to preserve a fragile ecosystem. It is the most significant breeding ground for tropical wading birds in North America and contains the largest mangrove ecosystem in the Western Hemisphere. The park is home to 36 threatened or protected species, including the Florida panther, the American alligator, and the West Indian manatee. The Everglades is also a haven for more than 350 species of birds, 300 species of fish, 40 species of mammals, and 50 species of reptiles. Freshwater sloughs and marl prairies, two of the 9 recognized ecosystems in the Everglades, silently weave their own rhythm of life. It all begins with the slow but constant movement of water, the essential element that shapes the identity of this land. In the freshwater sloughs, water flows gently from Lake Okeechobee southward at a rate of just 1,300 feet per day. From a distance, these waters may seem still, but they are in fact essential arteries that sustain the aquatic ecosystem, nurturing magnificent plants like sawgrass, which can grow up to 6 feet tall. In contrast, the marl prairies tell a different story. These grasslands are seasonally flooded. Water seeps through the marl, creating a thin sheet of water that lasts only a few months of the year. When the water recedes, periphyton, a mixture of algae and microorganisms clinging to the limestone, emerges and transforms into a grey mud, a silent symbol of the approaching dry season. Both these ecosystems are not just habitats, they also function as true natural reservoirs. They store water during the rainy season and release it gradually during the dry season. Thanks to this, the Everglades maintains its sweet flow and resists the saltwater intrusion from the nearby ocean. Every slough, every prairie is an indispensable piece of the puzzle, sustaining the lives of countless species. The abundance of fish, amphibians, and young birds in the marshes attracts many species of freshwater turtles and reptiles. Among them, the American alligator, Alligator mississippiensis, plays a crucial role. A living icon of this ecosystem, the American alligator not only exists, but also maintains the natural balance. The flooded sloughs and marl prairies are essential habitats where the American alligator thrives. Although it once faced extinction in the 20th century, the species was removed from the endangered species list in 1987. Thanks to active conservation efforts, the American alligator population has increased significantly, being more abundant in the Everglades than anywhere else in Florida. From being considered a critical patient on the endangered species list, there are now over 1,250,000 individuals in Florida alone. Mature male alligators can reach lengths of 13 to 15 feet, while females are smaller, reaching a maximum of 10 feet. However, in southern Florida, both sexes tend to be smaller, with characteristically broad snouts. The female alligator chooses high ground to build her nest, protecting her eggs from floods that could destroy them in just a few hours. The nests can be up to 3 feet high and are carefully guarded by the mother throughout the 58 to 63-day incubation period. In the early stages of its life, an American alligator's diet consists mainly of insects, small fish, and frogs. As it grows, the alligator expands its menu. It hunts larger fish, turtles, birds, and even small mammals. They often position themselves on the banks of freshwater sloughs or marl prairies, where they can remain motionless for over 90% of the time. For larger prey, like the white-tailed deer or wild hog, the alligator uses its famous technique known as the death roll. They spin their bodies, tearing and completely unbalancing the prey, leaving no chance for escape. We have seen the American alligator as an apex predator, but its most crucial role is revealed when the dry season arrives. As the water level in the sloughs recedes, the alligator uses its powerful snout and tail to dig deep holes, known as gator holes. These holes are not just a refuge for the alligator itself. When much of the Everglades dries up, they become the last oases, precious reservoirs of fresh water. Fish, turtles, birds, and even mammals come here to survive the harsh, dry season. In this way, the American alligator unwittingly becomes an ecosystem engineer. It not only hunts to survive, but it also shapes its habitat, becoming an unwilling guardian for dozens of other species. Without these engineers, life in the Everglades would struggle to survive through the scorching summer months. It is also in these still waters that the great blue heron spreads its wings, a living emblem of the Everglades ecosystem. Standing up to 4 feet tall with a wingspan of nearly 7 feet, it is the largest heron in North America. The freshwater sloughs, natural channels where water flows slowly, are its ideal hunting grounds. When the rainy season ends and the marl prairies begin to crack from lack of water, the great blue heron moves to the few remaining wetlands, where it patiently awaits its prey. Under the brilliant Everglades sun, the great blue heron stands like a motionless statue in the shallow water. Its long legs and waterproof plumage allow it to move easily through the freshwater sloughs and marl prairies without disturbing the environment. When prey, be it a fish, an amphibian, or even a small mammal, glides by, the great blue heron reacts with a lightning-fast motion, launching its long neck and sharp bill into the water. It can capture its prey in just 1/10 of a second from the moment of detection, thanks to its extremely fast reflexes and absolute concentration. Thanks to this precision skill, the great blue heron's success rate in the freshwater sloughs is between 60 and 70%, according to a 2023 report. Beyond its role as a formidable predator, the great blue heron also plays a crucial part in maintaining ecological balance. By feeding on fish and amphibians, this species helps to control prey populations, preventing overgrowth that could alter the dynamics of the ecosystem. Amidst the arid lands of the Everglades, the pine rockland ecosystem emerges like a vibrant tableau. Although it occupies only 2% of the park's area, this ecosystem is one of the most vital, protecting a unique biodiversity. The exposed limestone bedrock and extremely thin soil make the pine rocklands a true challenge for life. However, the South Florida/pine rises strongly from cracks in the rock, where water and soil accumulate in small pockets. Amidst the dense pine forests and the arid rocky terrain of the Everglades pine rockland ecosystem, the Florida panther moves with an agile body and a keen eye. This cat is one of the top predators in Florida and a unique subspecies of the cougar. The tall pines and the open spaces between them provide an ideal hunting environment where prey is abundant and accessible. However, not all areas of the Everglades are suitable for this species. Since most of the park is covered by wetlands, the Florida panther population is reduced and mostly confined to higher elevation areas like the pine rocklands. The Florida panther is currently on the endangered species list, with an estimated population of only 120 to 230 individuals, living mainly in southern Florida. Previously, the species was distributed throughout the southeastern United States, but its current range occupies less than 5% of its original territory. Its primary prey is the white-tailed deer, which makes up 70 to 90% of its diet, thanks to this species' abundance in the area. With silent steps and lightning speed, the panther approaches its target stealthily and takes it down with powerful pounces and a fatal bite. In the pine forests of the Everglades pine rockland ecosystem, the presence of the white-tailed deer dictates the rhythm of balance for the entire ecosystem. With over 30 million individuals distributed across the United States, this deer is a crucial part of the Everglades ecological picture. The white-tailed deer makes up 70 to 90% of the Florida panther's diet, playing a fundamental role in the food chain. A white-tailed deer consumes between 4.5 to 6.5 pounds of food per day. Its diet varies with the seasons, consisting mainly of shrubs, leaves, acorns, and occasionally grasses. The white-tailed deer has a flexible social structure that changes with the seasons. During the rut, which usually occurs from October to December, males and females live separately and only meet to mate. After the breeding season, males are often solitary or in small groups, while females form groups of 3 to 5 individuals with their young. During the rut, males compete fiercely for breeding rights. Females tend to choose the strongest males with the largest antlers as mates. The antlers are not only an indicator of good health, but also of competitive ability. This process ensures a stronger next generation and a genetically healthy population in the long run. Under the clear skies of the Everglades, the northern mockingbird stands out with its elegant and vibrant demeanor. Its silvery gray plumage allows it to blend into the arid landscape of the pine rocklands, but whenever it takes flight, its characteristic white wing patches flash brilliantly. With a wingspan of 12 to 15 inches and a weight of about 1.5 to 2 ounces, this bird has a small but extremely agile body. In the harsh environment of the pine rocklands, where sparse vegetation and limestone dominate the ground, the northern mockingbird finds its nourishment through a varied diet. The small insects hidden under the bark and the berries hanging among the branches are its source of energy to survive the harshest dry seasons. The northern mockingbird is known for its incredible ability to mimic the songs of other birds and the sounds of its surroundings, including car alarms or mobile phone ringtones. It is believed that this ability plays a fundamental role in establishing and defending territory, as well as in attracting mates. Males, who can mimic a wider variety of sounds, are often more successful in both defending their territory and attracting females. The mechanism behind this ability is based on the mockingbird's capacity to learn and remember sounds for long periods. Some individuals can mimic up to 200 different sounds, including the songs of at least 35 different species. Also in the Everglades pine rockland ecosystem, the loggerhead shrike stands out as a small but skillful predator. With its strong, hooked beak, this bird hunts not only insects and small birds, but also small mammals like mice. Most characteristically, the loggerhead shrike uses thorns or sharp branches to impale its prey, creating a unique image reminiscent of natural clothes hooks. In the vastness of the Everglades, where water flows slowly through endless marshes, tropical hardwood hammocks emerge like unique ecological islands. Just 1 to 3 feet above sea level, these dry lands are firm points amidst a sea of grass and seasonal water. Thanks to this elevation, they escape prolonged floods, creating an ideal refuge for many unique species of flora and fauna. Beneath the canopy is another world. The undergrowth and dense thickets create a perfect sanctuary for the Florida black bear, the white-tailed deer, and especially the Florida panther. These animals find a sanctuary in the hammocks during the dry season, where water is scarce but shade is plentiful. Seen from the sky, these hammocks look like teardrops scattered amidst the slow-flowing water, preserving life amidst the wild nature of the Everglades. Perhaps they are the tears of creation, shed to preserve life in this landscape that, despite seeming desolate, is full of hope. Under the shade of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the Florida black bear finds refuge and an abundant food source. This is a unique subspecies of the American black bear, with an estimated population of around 4,000 individuals in Florida in 2023. Only a small fraction of these live in the Everglades. These dense tropical forests provide not only safe shelters, but also important mating grounds. The vegetation of the tropical hardwood hammocks offers a plentiful food source, with broad-leaved species like mahogany and southern live oak, creating a rich and stable environment year-round for the Florida black bear. In spring and summer, they search for insects and feed on succulent plants. When autumn arrives, their diet shifts to fruits and nuts, especially from the sabal palm and wild olive. Thanks to its omnivorous diet, the Florida black bear plays an essential role in preserving plant diversity. In the ecosystem of the tropical hardwood hammocks, by moving far from the parent plant, the bear disperses the seeds of more than 20 different species through its droppings, thereby promoting the regeneration of the forest. Only in the tropical hardwood hammocks does the gray fox move through the Everglades with remarkable agility and adaptability. It is the only canid whose natural range includes both North and South America. The grey fox possesses a compact and flexible body, ranging from 31 to 44 inches long, including the tail, and weighing between 6.5 and 15 pounds, allowing it to move easily through dense forests. Its grey fur provides excellent camouflage in low-light environments, where sunlight barely penetrates the canopy. As an omnivore, the grey fox consumes a wide variety of foods, including insects, small mammals like mice and squirrels, bird eggs, fruits, and edible tropical plants. In the summer, about 40% of its diet consists of insects and small mammals. Conversely, in the fall and winter, fruits and nuts make up to 60% of its food intake. One of the most remarkable features of the grey fox is its impressive ability to climb trees. Unlike most other canids, it can ascend branches to escape larger predators like the Florida panther or the red wolf. This skill also allows it to access elevated food sources, such as fruits and insects, giving it a significant advantage to survive and thrive in the challenging environment of the Everglades. From late winter to midsummer, the northern cardinal chooses low bushes in the tropical hardwood hammocks to build its nest in safe places. The northern cardinal has entered its breeding season. The dense layers of foliage in these hammocks provide a perfect hideout, helping them protect their eggs and young from predators and harsh weather conditions. Under the shade of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the northern cardinal shines with its brilliant red plumage. The male, with its distinctive crest and a black mask around its beak, measures 8 to 9 inches long and weighs between 1.5 to 1.7 ounces. The female, in contrast, has a paler reddish-brown plumage, but with streaks of red on its wings, tail, and crest, giving it a subtle elegance. The northern cardinal is not only beautiful, but is also known for its powerful song, especially in dense forests. As an omnivorous bird, the northern cardinal's diet consists of seeds, fruits, and insects. About 70% of its diet is made up of seeds and fruits, especially berries. During the breeding season, the northern cardinal increases its consumption of insects to ensure an adequate source of protein to feed its young. During that time, insects account for up to 40% of its diet. Thanks to this behavior, the northern cardinal contributed to a 20% reduction in harmful insect populations in 2024, thus helping to protect vegetation and maintain the stability of the ecosystem. The dense forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks also provide ideal shelter and nesting sites for the southern bald eagle. With its head covered in white feathers contrasting with the dark plumage of its wings, the southern bald eagle creates a majestic and imposing image. With a powerful wingspan of up to 7 feet, each dive from above carries a presence of power and strength, like a living symbol of freedom. In the dense forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the southern bald eagle often builds its nests in tall, sturdy trees like oaks and palms. The nests are impressive structures that can weigh hundreds of pounds and are reused for many years, becoming a symbol of resilience in nature. In the tropical forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks, where lagoons, marshes, and streams intertwine, the southern bald eagle finds the perfect environment for hunting. It is a large bird of prey with a wingspan of 6 to 7.5 feet and a weight of 6.5 to 13 pounds. As a sea eagle, its diet is primarily based on fish, which constitutes 60 to 90% of its food intake. In addition to fish, it also hunts birds and small mammals, and at times does not hesitate to feed on carrion. In the darkness of the tropical hardwood hammocks at night, the unmistakable call of the barred owl echoes. It is a distinctive sound that many remember as "Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all?" Its call can be heard from up to half a mile away through the dense forest, marking its territory and serving as a means of communication with its mate. The barred owl is a nocturnal predator with large eyes that allow it to see clearly in the darkness beneath the dense canopy. Its silent flight, combined with its exceptional vision, allows it to hunt without being detected. As we venture deeper into the cypress dome ecosystem, the landscape of the Everglades unfolds like a masterpiece of nature, with cypress forests stretching as far as the eye can see. This is one of the most important wetlands in the region, where still, stable water allows the cypress trees to thrive. The dome cypresses grow in clusters, with the tallest trees in the center and smaller ones at the edges, creating a characteristic dome shape. The tall cypress trees are also nesting sites for many bird species, forming a vibrant ecosystem. At their base, mammals find safe shelter, completing a picture of biodiversity where every creature contributes to the balance of the natural environment. Amidst the vast swamps and slow-moving streams of the Everglades cypress dome ecosystem, the river otter finds its ideal home. In this environment, the still waters and dense vegetation form a network of wetlands, where these otters can easily hide and hunt without being seen. Underwater, they glide through narrow channels and flooded prairies in search of food, mainly fish and other aquatic species. River otters are not just solitary creatures. They also form small groups of 2 to 5 individuals, cooperating closely in hunting and sharing territory. They often live in family groups consisting of a mother and her young, using burrows they dig themselves or take over from other species for shelter. As a semi-aquatic species, the river otter stands out for its great dexterity when hunting underwater. Thanks to its agility and flexibility, it pursues fish, crustaceans, and occasionally amphibians. Their whiskers are highly sensitive, allowing them to detect movements in the water even when visibility is limited. Although they often hunt alone, they can also cooperate in groups, increasing their success rate by 20%, especially in deeper waters. River otters play a crucial role in the ecological balance of the Everglades cypress dome ecosystem. According to a 2024 study, otters can reduce small predatory fish populations in wetlands by up to 30%, which alleviates pressure on larger fish species. Otters also compete for resources with other large predators, like alligators, making them a key component in maintaining the delicate balance of the cypress dome ecosystem. In the tranquility of the cypress dome ecosystem, the anhinga perches on a branch or rock with its wings spread wide, drying its feathers and regulating its body temperature. With a body that can be up to 35 inches long and a weight of about 2.5 pounds, the anhinga is capable of diving deep to catch fish and other aquatic animals. However, after these dives, its feathers become waterlogged, making it heavier and limiting its ability to fly. Its flight capability is highly dependent on sunning, which allows it to dry its feathers quickly, especially in the hot, humid climate of the Everglades. The anhinga is a specialized aquatic predator, recognized by its long, sharp beak that allows it to spear and catch fish with great precision. Fish make up to 90% of its diet, according to a 2024 study, while the rest consists of amphibians and small crustaceans. Thanks to its webbed feet, the anhinga swims with agility, gliding underwater like a silent spear, using the shadows to approach its prey without being detected. Through its underwater hunting style, the anhinga plays an essential role in regulating fish populations, helping to maintain the balance of the ecosystem. A 2024 study showed that the anhinga can consume up to 50% of the small fish in some freshwater areas of the Everglades, thus contributing to the ecological stability of the environment. Along the coast of southern Florida, the majestic aerial roots of the red mangrove rise like natural fortifications, holding back the onslaught of waves and storms. Where the land meets the sea, the mangrove forest stretches, embracing the coastline. This system acts not only as a shield, but also as a natural nursery. In these nutrient-rich, brackish waters, the red mangrove, with its prominent roots, helps to stabilize the soil and prevent coastal erosion. Black mangroves and white mangroves form different forest layers, each playing an essential role in maintaining the ecosystem. This is also a vibrant territory, teeming with biodiversity. Birds, fish, and crustaceans gather here, with more than 220 species of fish existing in this unique brackish water environment. The shallow, nutrient-rich waters under the mangrove canopy provide an ideal place for reproduction, protecting the young from predatory threats. The delicate balance of the food chain is maintained by these fish. They serve as a food source for birds and mammals, while also regulating crustacean and amphibian populations. Each morning, as the sun illuminates the mangrove forests, flocks of wading birds spread their wings and fly across the sky, creating scenes full of life. The brackish ecosystem of the mangrove forest provides them not only with shelter, but also with an abundant source of food. We have seen the American alligator as an apex predator, but its most crucial role is revealed when the dry season arrives. As the water level in the sloughs recedes, the alligator uses its powerful snout and tail to dig deep holes, known as gator holes. These holes are not just a refuge for the alligator itself. When much of the Everglades dries up, they become the last oases, precious reservoirs of fresh water. Fish, turtles, birds, and even mammals come here to survive the harsh dry season. In this way, the American alligator unwittingly becomes an ecosystem engineer. It not only hunts to survive, but it also shapes its habitat, becoming an unwilling guardian for dozens of other species. Through the scorching summer months. Among these birds, the brown pelican stands out with a wingspan of 6.5 to 8 feet and a unique hunting technique. With an average weight of 6.5 to 11 pounds, it is one of the most iconic species of coastal and mangrove areas. The brown pelican uses a gular pouch under its bill to catch fish, achieving a success rate of up to 60%, especially during seasons of abundant food. In the past, this species was on the brink of extinction due to the use of the pesticide DDT. Thanks to conservation efforts, their numbers have recovered significantly. Another wading bird that stands out in the mangrove ecosystem is the American white ibis, often seen wading in shallow waters. In ancient Egypt, it was believed that the ibis was the embodiment of the god Thoth, the god of wisdom and knowledge. Its long, thin, downward curving bill allows it to probe for crustaceans hidden under the mud. Unlike many other wading birds, the white ibis feeds primarily on crabs and shrimp. This dietary preference allows it to control crustacean populations, helping to maintain the ecological balance of the mangrove ecosystem. The mangrove ecosystem is now a refuge and feeding ground for one of the rarest and most vulnerable aquatic mammals, the West Indian manatee. This species is particularly vulnerable to boat propellers due to its limited ability to detect low-frequency sounds. Weighing up to 1,200 pounds, these gentle giants spend about 8 hours a day grazing on seagrass and other aquatic vegetation. Their slow and constant movement contributes to the balance of the ecosystem, consuming up to 100 pounds of vegetation daily. At the intersection of land and sea in the Everglades, the coastal lowlands emerge, where natural elements blend perfectly. Here, there is no clear boundary between fresh and salt water. Each rainy season brings a flow of fresh water from the north, flooding the marshes and arid lands. The coastal lowlands are a diverse, harsh, yet essential ecosystem. They form a natural bulwark that protects the Everglades from storms. Everything seems to work as if an invisible hand of creation is guiding and arranging every detail with a profound and wonderful wisdom.
Its presence is felt in the sudden silence of the grass, a ripple of unease that alters the very pulse of the wild. One step forward, and the landscape fractures. One roar, and the laws of the savannah are rewritten in an instant. The fleet-footed choose distance. The largest groups rely on discipline. Yet, all must eventually defer to the ultimate authority. Here, the question is not who dares challenge the lion, but who remains standing when it advances. In the southern Serengeti, where grasslands stretch for miles, African painted wolves move like the wind. Agile, versatile, and bound by seamless coordination. Each individual weighs roughly 60 pounds. Together, they form a masterwork of speed and strategy. Lions and painted wolves rarely clash over food, but territorial disputes are another matter. When a male lion detects wolves trespassing on his domain, the atmosphere shifts instantly. A single close approach can shatter the pack's formation. Facing a male lion, the wolf's instinct is to scatter, keeping distance and watching from afar. The divide between them is vast, a chasm of pure, brute force. A patriarch lion stands as a titan among shadows, possessing a weight that no amount of strategy can easily overcome. Yet, in this arena, gravity and muscle are not the only masters of fate. When a lioness wanders alone or with her cubs, she becomes far more circumspect. Her objective then is not dominion, but protection. The spotted hyena stands as one of Africa's most highly organized predators. Adults weigh roughly 139 pounds, with jaws delivering a crushing 1,100 pounds per square inch. Their clans are led by females, who are larger, more decisive, and maintain a strict order. Living in vast societies that can exceed 80 individuals. They are not merely hunters, they watch for opportunities to commandeer meals from lions or leopards. The hyenas weave a web of psychological attrition, testing the air, probing for a flicker of doubt. But the arrival of a male lion is a seismic event. His sheer authority shatters their resolve, reclaiming the earth with a single, heavy stride. A confrontation may be settled without the need for excessive force. Today, the meal remains with the masters. The clan retreats in an orderly fashion, conserving energy for another opening. Leopards are solitary specialists. Females weigh 88 pounds, though large males can reach 198. They dwell in the shadows, choosing high boughs or rocky ridges to monitor prey and stay safe. Should a lion approach, if the leopard reacts early, it vanishes like a launched arrow. Reaching over 35 miles per hour, a leopard can sprint up a trunk in seconds, beyond reach. Yet, if a whole pride surrounds it, the chance of escape is nearly non-existent. Lionesses coordinate to block exits, while a male uses his presence to exert control. Even high in the canopy, a leopard is not entirely secure. Lions, particularly young females, can sometimes climb to seize a stolen meal. On the plains, there is no permanent sanctuary, only fleeting moments of equilibrium between power and survival. On the Savannah, the cheetah is an icon of speed. With a body weighing 121 pounds, it is the swiftest in every chase. Usually, a cheetah can elude a lion thanks to its phenomenal velocity. With early detection, it curves away and vanishes from sight within heartbeats. But in moments of oversight, if a lion gets too close, even the fastest reflexes may fail. A hesitation measured in heartbeats can prove fatal. When competing for prey, the balance tilts heavily toward the lion. Having downed a meal, a cheetah must eat rapidly and depart before larger predators arrive. Among the great cats, the cheetah is the fastest, yet the most physically vulnerable. On the African plains, speed grants survival, but it never guarantees safety. On the grasslands, a lion's journey to maturity is a constant trial of instinct and order. For every 10 cubs born, only about 4 will reach their adult years. In their first months, cubs hide in dense thickets, entirely dependent upon their mother. Hyenas, leopards, and rock pythons lurk near the heavy grass. By age 2, young males leave the pride, wandering dozens of miles daily to find their own path. Territorial competition is the ultimate turning point of adulthood. Coalitions of male lions, usually 2 to 4, hold territories spanning 31 to 120 square miles. They patrol nightly, scent marking and roaring to assert their undisputed control. When 2 rival coalitions meet, the conflict can erupt with terrifying intensity. Territory control also safeguards the food supply and the next generation. New coalitions sometimes target existing cubs to reduce future competition. Having faced the giants of the wild, the honey badger returns to its refined instincts as a small-scale hunter. On the arid plains, it detects a tortoise moving slowly under the scorching sun. The badger studies it carefully, then flips it over with claws as strong as steel. It experiments with different angles, skillfully navigating small gaps to reach the nourishment within. For the honey badger, it is a well-earned feast. But it does not stop there. The honey badger even preys upon juvenile crocodiles. With even greater audacity, it sometimes challenges an adult resting near the reed beds. On the parched savannah, the elephant is a symbol of absolute crushing power. Standing over 10 feet tall and weighing tens of thousands of pounds, a single step shakes the earth. Conversely, the honey badger stands less than 12 inches high, yet size rarely limits its resolve. The elephant, a moving mountain, issues a thunderous warning, cloaking the air in a shroud of dust. Any other creature would vanish. But the honey badger is fueled by a singular, defiant madness. Small in stature, yet possessed by a spirit that knows no fear, it marches forward not in ignorance, but in open rebellion against the giants. Though a single kick could be fatal, its stubborn nature keeps it in the confrontation. On the Kalahari, the lion is the icon of authority. Every stride carries the weight of a ruler. Powerful jaws, muscles like coiled steel, and a pounce strong enough to fell an antelope in seconds. In its world, few dare challenge it, save for one small but remarkably tenacious creature, the honey badger. In the Serengeti, a law presides, more ancient than the land itself. Life must be paid for with life. Here, the dawn does not bring light, it brings exposure. There is nowhere left to hide. This is not a hunt, it is a war, waged over every inch of earth, in every living moment. This is no place for hesitation. A second's pause is a lifetime lost. Speed is the weapon, strength the sentence, and fear the deadliest of poisons. Here there are no villains, no heroes, only the hunter and the hunted. And the brutal symphony of the wild has only just begun. This is the Vermont salt pan in southern Africa. A wetland of some 42 acres, it is a sanctuary for a remarkable diversity of bird life. Its name is derived from the French Mont Vert, meaning green mountain, a tribute to the verdant, nearby Onrus Mountain. Powerful underground springs nourish the vegetation, creating an oasis for life. It has become a cherished destination, drawing nature lovers to witness its spectacle. In a single hour, one might observe as many as 40 different species, especially during the spring and early summer months. But as the dry season arrives, many species will migrate, flying thousands of miles in search of promised lands. The waters here can be swift and strong, yet there are also quiet lagoons. Each bird finds its own space. The red-knobbed coot spends much of its time preening or foraging for food. Two distinctive red knobs on its forehead are its defining feature during the breeding season. A shy bird, it will quickly depart if it senses danger. It feeds on the roots and stems of aquatic plants, but will also take small underwater invertebrates. Both parents share the duty of incubating the 5 to 7 eggs. The chicks leave the nest soon after hatching and are fully independent in about 60 days. The Cape shoveler often travels in pairs or small flocks. The male is distinguished by his characteristic yellow eyes. They are omnivores, feeding on both plants and animals, with a particular fondness for mollusks and insects. The great crested grabe, an exceptional swimmer, is comparable in size to a common mallard. In many nations, this bird is now facing the threat of extinction. It flies only during its seasonal migration, on an impressive wingspan that can reach nearly 35 inches. Its preferred food is fish. It dives to depths of 13 to 20 feet and can hold its breath for several minutes while hunting its prey. During the mating season, it dons a magnificent plumage, black ear-like tufts, and a striking reddish-brown collar. The black-winged stilt, a delicate bird with characteristically long legs, is about the size of a pigeon. Its slender, red legs account for 60% of its body height. Its wingspan can reach up to 32 inches. This species is exceptionally sensitive to environmental changes. Falling water levels and chemical pollution caused by humans are shrinking its habitat. The grey heron can stand over 3 feet tall and fly at speeds of 30 miles per hour. They are often solitary hunters but live in large colonies. The diet of the grey heron is varied, including fish, amphibians, and even small rodents and snakes. The unique shape of its neck allows it to strike with extraordinary speed to seize its prey, which it then swallows whole. They can hunt by day or by night, their excellent vision adapted for finding food in the darkness. This is a kelp gull. Although they often live in small flocks, this individual is alone. The plumage of adult and juvenile birds is markedly different. A young gull has a dark brown back. It will take 3 to 4 years for it to fully mature and acquire its adult feathers. This bird is an opportunist. It eats any small prey it can find, including refuse and carrion. The white-breasted cormorant, as its name suggests, has a striking white breast and neck. It is a large bird with a body length that can reach 35 inches. They inhabit open waters, from freshwater lakes to coastal lagoons, wherever there is a plentiful supply of fish. Each day, a cormorant requires about 1 pound of food. Astonishingly, it can swallow a fish up to 30 inches long. Its body is built for hunting fish, with powerful muscles and very little fat. It can dive to depths of 13 feet and hold its breath for a minute. The greater flamingo is one of this land's most splendid residents. They are capable of flying at speeds of up to 37 miles per hour. This is a highly social species. During migration, they can form immense flocks of many thousands of individuals. The flamingo's uniquely curved bill acts as a filter. They draw in water and push it out, retaining the small crustaceans, mollusks, and algae on which they feed. It is the carotenoid pigments in their food that give their feathers their characteristic pink hue. To rest, they often stand on one leg, a posture that requires incredible balance. Flamingos pair for only a single breeding season. Their courtship dance is a spectacular display of synchronized movements. Both parents build the nest and take turns incubating a single egg for about 30 days. The chicks are born with gray plumage and only acquire their brilliant pink feathers at 2 to 3 years of age. Unfortunately, the greatest threat to the flamingo comes from human activity. Climate change and industrial pollution are destroying their habitats. The kelp gull population, in contrast, is very stable, with an estimated 3.3 to 4.3 million individuals worldwide. Plastics and oil spills are the primary threats they face. The black-winged stilt, though small, is both intelligent and resilient. It may forage alone, but will band together to defend its nests from predators. The white-breasted cormorant also faces persecution from humans. Fishermen often see them as competitors and will drive them away, or even shoot them. Sometimes, the mere presence of people is enough to cause them to abandon their nests. Approximately 55% of chicks do not survive their first year due to predation or starvation. Sanctuaries like the Vermont salt pan offer safety, helping the birds to avoid the fishing nets and oil pollution common in harbor areas. Sadly, despite its extraordinary biodiversity, the Vermont salt pan is not yet a designated reserve. Commercial interests and a lack of funding are significant obstacles. The clearing of eucalyptus trees for housing developments has forced many bird species to leave. Poaching still occurs due to a lack of enforcement. The efforts of local authorities to establish a reserve here are invaluable. This corner of paradise is surely worthy of protection, so that future generations may also wonder at its beauty. Here, life is as fragile as a candle in the wind. There is no promise of tomorrow, neither for the strong nor the weak. One wrong step leads straight into a living hell. Second chances simply do not exist in nature's dictionary. Fate can be stolen away, faster than the blink of an eye. This is a place where every single breath is a miracle of survival. Any living thing can be prey. For the colobus monkey, a moment's lapse in concentration can be fatal. Danger is ever present. From the African coast, isolated from the mainland for tens of millions of years, lies the island of Madagascar, a world unto itself. Its inhabitants are unlike any other creatures on Earth. A troop of brown lemurs spends the cool night and early morning warming themselves together. But they can never let their guard down. A formidable predator is on the prowl. The fossa. It moves with equal stealth through the trees and across the forest floor. A fossa may sleep for long periods, but once awake, it can travel up to 16 miles a day, patrolling its territory. Exceptionally flexible ankles allow it to descend trees head first. This blend of feline power and mongoose agility makes it a peerless hunter. And the lemur, one of its favorite meals, can sometimes be as large as the hunter itself. Madagascar is also home to a master marksman, the chameleon. Many believe chameleons change color to camouflage themselves. In fact, it is primarily for thermoregulation or to display emotion, a vibrant form of communication written on the skin. Its true weapons are its eyes, two independent turrets, each capable of rotating 360 degrees. When a target is locked, they converge, providing perfect three-dimensional vision. A praying mantis, intent on its own meal, is oblivious to the silent approach of danger. And then, strike. The tongue launches from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 1/100th of a second. This sticky, viscous spear is longer than its entire body. The mucus on its tip is 400 times more viscous than human saliva. The unfortunate mantis has no time to realize its fate. Deep in the ancient rainforests of Cameroon is the realm of a real-life King Kong, the western lowland gorilla. Powerful, intelligent, and immense. A fully grown male can stand 5 feet tall. Young males spend much of their time observing the adults. A mature silverback is the embodiment of absolute power, 8 times stronger than an Olympic weightlifter, with a bite force double that of a lion. They display this strength through chest beating, charging, and tearing at vegetation. Within each gorilla troop, only one silverback reigns supreme. Every gorilla has a unique nose print, much like a human fingerprint. Researchers use this feature to identify individuals throughout their lives. Yet, for all their phenomenal strength, they are, for the most part, gentle creatures. They are the diligent gardeners of the forest. Seeds that pass through a gorilla's digestive system germinate more effectively, helping to regenerate this ancient forest. If the gorilla is nurtured by family, this creature is a solitary hunter from birth. The king cobra, born an orphan and an innate killer. The mother plays no part in raising her young. The moment they hatch, they must find their own first meal. Armed with a neurotoxic venom as potent as an adult's, these tiny snakes need no size to be lethal. A bullfrog would be a perfect start. In northern Zambia, a creature that seems to have walked out of the Jurassic. The shoebill, standing nearly 5 feet tall, it can remain motionless for hours, a terrifying patience. The killer instinct is deeply ingrained. Hatching days before its siblings, the firstborn kills them in the nest. Now an adult, it hunts the shallows. Its 10-inch bill, tipped with a sharp hook, is not for display. It acts as a perfect counterweight when the moment comes to strike. In the Okavango Delta, the annual flood brings life, creating lush new pastures. To survive here means adapting to a semi-aquatic existence. For the Lechwe antelope, this is no problem. They gather here in their hundreds. Long, splayed hooves and a water-repellent coat allow them to move through the wetlands with ease. The Okavango, home to the continent's most efficient hunters, the African wild dog. A large pack like this may hunt twice a day. Sneezes is reached, the hunt is on. Unlike lions, wild dogs have a deeply compassionate society. After a kill, the fit and healthy regurgitate food for the old, the infirm, and the injured who could not join the hunt. No one is left behind. While some must run to live, others must swim. The spotted-necked otter, with its streamlined body and incredible speed, is a swift and relentless killer. Sharp claws and jagged teeth make it formidably dangerous as it pursues slippery fish. And while the otter relies on speed, the saddle-billed stork depends on patience and timing. Standing over 5 feet tall, it is the world's tallest stork, giving it a great advantage when wading through deep water. It often hunts by touch. When a fish brushes against its partially open bill, it snaps shut with astonishing speed. On the Luangwa plains of Zambia, 3 male cheetahs have formed a coalition. A herd of wildebeest with their young has been spotted. The chase begins. But when it comes to drinking, the cheetah needs not stealth, but cunning. It must contend with the crocodiles concealed along the riverbank. The cheetah's eyesight is superb, but the crocodile is a master of camouflage. The cheetah, however, is the fastest land mammal on Earth, capable of reaching 75 miles per hour in just a few strides. It can turn at a 50-degree angle while at full speed, a feat beyond the capabilities of even the finest motorcycle. Speed is its gift, but also its curse. After each sprint, the cheetah's body overheats like a straining engine. It must rest for at least 30 minutes to cool down, a time when it is most vulnerable to scavengers like hyenas or lions. As the seasons turn, so too does the landscape. At the St. Lucia estuary in South Africa, the green mamba must adapt its hunting strategies to the floodplain. Its emerald scales are a signal of lethal danger. The very shape of its head is coffin-like. Its venom attacks the nerves, muscles, and heart, causing a rapid death from respiratory paralysis. Often dismissed as opportunistic scavengers, hyenas are, in fact, expert hunters. They are masters of the long-distance chase. Their stamina is rivaled only, perhaps, by the African wild dog. Each year, the Luangwa floodplain draws tens of thousands of migrating wildebeest. These waterholes are a lifeline for the thirsty herds. Amidst the arid desert, an elephant matriarch and her young calf face a journey of survival. They have traveled over 40 miles across this wasteland and must urgently replenish their strength. But these are no ordinary elephants. They are the desert elephants. Relying on knowledge passed down through generations, the matriarch leads her family to a hidden source of life, the Honib River. Its water lies deep underground, but the acacia trees that line its banks offer precious gifts. A bull uses his immense strength to shake the trees, dislodging the pods from the high branches. He then uses his dexterous trunk, composed of 40,000 individual muscles, to gather the fallen rewards.
Under the anvil of the midday sun, a leopard becomes one with the acacia. A sudden eruption of violence. And with clinical precision, the hunt is over. But on these plains, a fresh kill is merely a beacon to a far greater power. Outmatched, the leopard is forced to abandon its hard-won prize to the thief. The lion usurps the stolen feast, and the savannah returns to its unforgiving silence. Across the calm waters of the Rufiji River, the sky is stained a fiery red. A shadow streaks past, swift as an arrow, leaving a whisper of dust in its wake, the cheetah. Not far away, a lion crouches low, its every movement perfectly attuned to the passing breeze. There is no hurry, only the lethal calm of a nocturnal hunter. Meanwhile, a herd of elephants makes its way to the marsh, their trunks deftly coiling towards the water, drawing up cool, fresh drafts. The hippos have already laid claim to the riverbed. Herds of buffalo must be wary with every mouthful of water they drink. Across the grasslands and hillsides, predators lie in wait, patiently anticipating the slightest mistake from their prey. In this wilderness, mercy is a concept that does not exist. Stretching nearly 12,000 square miles, every pulse of life here feels like a miracle. Nyerere stands as a proud guardian of its own raw, indomitable spirit. Nyerere National Park is not merely a realm governed by nature. It is the culmination of millions of years of geological formation and centuries of historical change. The park was once part of the Northern Selous Game Reserve, one of the largest and oldest wildlife sanctuaries in all of Africa. In 2019, a government decree from Tanzania officially separated the area, giving birth to a new national park to honor the nation's first president, Julius Nyerere. This vast territory, covering over 11,300 square miles, lies deep in the southern interior of Tanzania, more than 140 miles southwest of Dar es Salaam. On a map, it appears as an immense green expanse, etched by the intricate network of the Rufiji River and ancient stone plateaus. Despite its recent inception, Nyerere holds the title of the largest national park in Tanzania. Its geological foundation, rooted in the East African Rift System, is overlaid with ancient sediments and alluvial soils deposited over millennia. This process has sculpted a landscape of lowlands, swamps, dry savannas, and dense miombo woodlands. Every corner of this park is a world unto itself. The tropical climate here is defined by two distinct rainy seasons, a short one from November to December and a longer one from March to May. The dry season typically prevails from June to October. Temperatures remain relatively stable, ranging from 70 to 92 degrees Fahrenheit. This combination of factors has created one of the last remaining pristine ecological zones on the African continent. As one of Africa's most precious biological reserves, Nyerere National Park is home to over 2,100 plant species and some 430 species of birds. Amid this vast wilderness, unbound by artificial barriers, Nyerere has become a precious haven for creatures that are vanishing from the world. Here, packs of African wild dogs maintain their life cycles, undisturbed by the pressures of hunting or territorial fragmentation. The rare footprints of the black rhinoceros mark the arid soil, a silent testament to the existence of an ancient creature preserved by tireless conservation efforts. Overhead, the echoing call of the southern ground hornbill cuts through the canopy, a sound that has fallen silent in so many other places. Nyerere is more than a sanctuary for life. It is a final fortress in the fight against extinction, a place where nature is given a chance to heal itself. Along the Rufiji River and its tributaries, riverine forests and seasonal floodplains form the ecological heart of Nyerere. The lush vegetation helps retain moisture, regulate water flow, and protect the land during the harsh dry season. This space is not merely a refuge, it is a biological anchor, sustaining a steady rhythm of life for the entire web of flora and fauna. As the sun begins to set, a troop of vervet monkeys gathers on the low branches near the Rufiji's banks. They are immediately recognizable by their silver-grey fur, which contrasts sharply with their black, hairless faces. To identify different threats, vervet monkeys use a series of distinct alarm calls. Masters of survival, vervets thrive thanks to their sharp spatial memory, sophisticated warning systems, and a flexible diet. They track seasonal fruiting cycles, moving strategically to optimize energy conservation. Research has shown their remarkable adaptability and stable population densities within the riverine forests. Through these adaptive behaviors, vervet monkeys play an essential role in the ecosystem, aiding in seed dispersal and serving as an indicator of forest health. From the high canopies along the Rufiji River, an iconic cry rings out, signaling the presence of the African fish eagle. This aquatic raptor boasts an impressive wingspan of up to 8 feet and is instantly recognizable by its striking white head. Their hunting strategy is a spectacular sight. They circle high above before executing a lightning-fast dive to snatch fish from just below the water's surface. At times, they assert their competitive edge by deftly stealing fish from other birds. With a population estimated to be widespread across freshwater bodies, the African fish eagle serves as a direct ecological indicator. Its presence reflects an abundance of fish. Beneath the surface of the Rufiji River, pods of hippopotamus submerge themselves throughout the day. At night, they silently emerge from the river, following well-worn paths to nearby grasslands, where a single individual can consume up to 88 pounds of fresh grass in one night. Few species dare to confront a fully grown hippo head-on. Weighing between 3,300 and 4,000 pounds, with jaws that can open to 150 degrees, the hippopotamus is an icon of raw power. Hippos and whales share a common ancestor, a riverside creature called Indohius, which lived some 55 million years ago. This creature had a semi-aquatic lifestyle before splitting into two distinct evolutionary branches, one that evolved into whales, while the other became the modern hippopotamus. Their pink sweat, the secretion from the skin, is more than just a natural sunscreen. It also acts as an invisible shield against bacteria and dehydration. Their dung-scattering behavior helps redistribute nutrients, allowing aquatic vegetation to flourish, which in turn sustains fish populations. Another key figure, and sometimes rival to the hippopotamus, is the Nile crocodile. It often lies in ambush beneath the water's surface, with only its eyes, ears, and nostrils visible, patiently waiting for an unsuspecting victim. With a bite force of up to 5,000 pounds per square inch, it rightly holds the throne as the dominant predator along the riverbanks. However, This evolution comes with a surprising trade-off. The muscles responsible for opening the jaw are incredibly small and weak. The Nile crocodile has maximized its offensive power, but has sacrificed flexibility. It has no need for fine jaw control, as it relies on explosive snaps. Another remarkable trait is its ability to hold its breath for up to 2 hours when completely still, thanks to a mechanism that stores lactic acid in its blood. Even more strangely, the sex of its offspring is determined by the incubation temperature of the eggs. Temperatures below 86 degrees Fahrenheit predominantly produce females, while temperatures above 90 degrees Fahrenheit mainly produce males. With a top swimming speed of up to 22 miles per hour, the Nile crocodile is not only an efficient hunter, but also helps maintain the balance of the riverine ecosystem. Leaving the humid riverine forests, the landscape opens up to vast savannas and expansive miombo woodlands, a world that is arid and hot. Yet, it is here that the biological heart of Nyerere Two distinct rainy seasons deliver 30 to 50 inches of rain annually, breathing life into the landscape. Scarce water and food. This very hardship is the driving force behind the extraordinary survival strategies found throughout this land. In this arid land, the African elephant does not simply adapt, it actively reshapes its environment. A deeply social species, elephant herds are often led by an experienced matriarch who guides their migrations and protects the young. The trunk is their lifeline. With over 40,000 muscles, it allows them to perform complex tasks such as plucking leaves, breaking branches, and even digging wells in the dry earth. They can draw up to 3 gallons of water in a single draft, an essential ability in temperatures that frequently exceed 92 degrees Fahrenheit. An extraordinary spatial memory enables them to recall dozens of seasonal water and food sources, traveling up to 20 miles a day. Like other elephant species, the matriarch is usually the oldest female. This role is not earned through strength, but through memory and decision-making skills. African elephants also exhibit profound emotional intelligence. They have complex greeting rituals, share food, and even display grieving behavior when a member of the herd dies. As the silhouettes of the elephants fade into the distance, herds of African buffalo appear, standing stoically on the vast grasslands. They gather in large herds, enduring the scorching sun together, a true symbol of resilience and survival. This is a critical survival strategy, reducing the risk of being targeted by lions in the open savannas and woodlands. Buffalo are a favored prey for lions. One study revealed that they account for up to 46% of successful lion hunts and provide 57% of their total food biomass. In response, buffalo herds have developed remarkable defensive tactics, placing their young in the center and pushing the large bulls to the perimeter for a direct confrontation. A genomic study has revealed that African buffalo possess strong signs of natural selection in genes related to their immune systems. As the sun dips below the horizon, a silent tension envelops the herd. In the distance, the silhouette of a lion draws near. In the dry savannas and woodlands of Nyerere, the lion's hunt is not just a struggle for survival. It is a masterful display of teamwork and intelligent strategy. The lions of Nyerere remain genetically wild, with nearly pure lineages thanks to their natural isolation. Lions here often hunt in coordinated groups, taking full advantage of the miombo grasses, which can grow up to 7 feet tall, to conceal their approach. Within their complex social structure, each member of the pride plays a distinct role. Lionesses typically execute the ambush, while the males assist in taking down large buffalo. Recent camera trap data estimates an adult lion density of 6.27 individuals per 38 square miles during the dry season. This figure underscores the critical role of a stable prey source like the African buffalo in sustaining a healthy lion population. But just as the lions prepare to enjoy their hard-won prize, a pair of cunning, watchful eyes lurks in the shadows. And before the lions can realize it, their kill has suddenly vanished. If this scenario plays out, the culprit is likely the spotted hyena. Spotted hyenas are common throughout the dry savannas and woodlands of Nyerere National Park. They are known for a dual strategy: active hunting and scavenging. They often form large clans of 20 to 80 individuals, with a social structure as complex as that of primates. Although not as powerful as lions, hyenas hold their own in this fierce ecological competition. The two species are intense rivals, sharing up to 58% of the same food sources. They form small hunting parties of 2 to 5 individuals to take down medium-sized prey like antelope, with a sprinting speed of up to 37 miles per hour. They possess the strongest bite force in the hyena family, up to 1,000 pounds per square inch, powerful enough to crush even the largest bones. Beyond their physical strength, their agility, long-range hearing of up to 6 miles, and the use of deceptive vocalizations give them a tactical advantage. Another warrior of this arid land is the cheetah. The embodiment of pure speed, it hunts across the open plains of Nyerere. The cheetah can accelerate up to 75 miles per hour, a staggering record in the terrestrial animal kingdom. But to achieve such speed, it pays a heavy price. The cheetah's body is born to sprint. Its long legs and narrow pelvis allow for an extended stride. However, this design limits its ability to climb or defend itself. Genetic studies have confirmed that cheetahs experienced two severe genetic bottlenecks approximately 100,000 and 12,000 years ago. Consequently, their current genetic diversity is only about 0.1 to 4% of that of most other species. This has led to a high rate of sperm abnormalities and a weakened immune system. In the dry grasslands of Nyerere, where speed is an advantage but offers little protection, the cheetah relies on an open space hunting strategy. Every burst of speed demands intense focus. The long-term cost, however, is limited cover and little defense against threats. Unlike the cheetah's solitary approach, the African wild dog hunts in packs, beginning with a silent and coordinated approach. A recent study recorded 141 African wild dogs in 24 packs, with an average of 6 individuals per group. They are formidable hunters, boasting a success rate of 60 to 90%, far surpassing that of lions or leopards. Each hunt is a symphony of teamwork. Pack members communicate through unique vocalizations and encourage each other to maintain their stamina. With a top speed of up to 40 miles per hour, they can pursue prey over distances of 1 to 2.5 miles, gradually exhausting their target. What truly stands out is their communal style of raising pups. Healthier members will regurgitate food to feed the young and even other adults. With an estimated 800 to 1,000 individuals in Nyerere, this is the largest known population of African wild dogs on the continent. Across the savannas and woodlands, the Angolan giraffe uses its superior height to reach nutrient-rich tree canopies. Drinking, however, requires a unique and rather awkward technique. To lower its head far enough to the water, a giraffe must splay its front legs wide apart. To compensate, the giraffe has extraordinary internal adaptations. A complex network of valves in its veins regulates blood pressure, preventing a sudden rush of blood to the brain when it bends down. Its powerful heart, weighing up to 25 pounds, pumps blood at high pressure to circulate it through a body that can stand up to 20 feet tall. Thanks to a high tolerance for dehydration, a giraffe can go 2 to 3 days without drinking, staying hydrated through the moisture absorbed from its leafy diet. Both a companion and a competitor for food, the greater kudu often browses quietly beneath the Angolan giraffe. Distributed primarily throughout the woodlands of Nyerere, the greater kudu is one of Africa's largest antelopes, weighing up to 600 pounds. Its most striking feature is its pair of spiraled horns, often over 3 feet long, which serve as both a weapon and a biological marker for males. The greater kudu is solitary or lives in small groups of 2 to 10 individuals, being most active in the early morning and late afternoon to avoid the intense heat. Although not as swift as a gazelle, the greater kudu has an impressive vertical leap of up to 8 feet, helping it escape predators like lions or leopards. Leaving the arid grasslands, the landscape of Nyerere softens into wetlands and seasonal floodplains. When the waters rise, migratory birds arrive to breed. Amphibians emerge from the earth, calling for mates during the first rains. Here, white-faced whistling ducks gather in large flocks in the shallow lakes and marshes formed after the rainy season. Meanwhile, the malachite kingfisher perches low along the riverbanks, scanning the water for small fish or floating insects to ambush. These seasonal wetlands serve as an essential buffer zone where life explodes between the extremes of drought and flood. A prominent amphibian of this region is the African bullfrog. When the heavy rains fall, this giant frog emerges from the hard-packed earth to engage in an explosive breeding frenzy. This species is notable for its size, measuring 8 to 10 inches long, with males weighing up to 2.5 pounds. An opportunistic predator, the African bullfrog feeds on insects and small animals, including fish and other amphibians. It is one of the few frog species with true teeth and also has 2 sharp, fang-like projections on its lower jaw for gripping prey. During the dry season, the African bullfrog burrows deep into the mud, secreting a thick mucus cocoon for protection, and enters a state of hibernation. When rainfall exceeds 3 inches within 48 hours, the frogs emerge in unison, beginning a period of intense breeding. Looking across the marshy terrain, you might spot the lechwe, an antelope native to these wetlands. Its longer hind legs give it a spring-loaded advantage, allowing it to leap and accelerate through the mud without sinking. When needed, the lechwe can reach speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, fast enough to escape predators even on unfavorable terrain. Although their numbers in Nyerere are lower than those of savanna-dwelling antelopes, the lechwe plays a vital role in the food web and serves as an ecological indicator of the health of the system. One of the most striking sights in this ecosystem is the bold stripes of the plains zebra. Its contrasting pattern stands out against the lush green landscape after the rains. They often travel alongside antelopes, such as impala. Zebras act as the ecosystem's pioneers. By grazing on the taller grasses, they clear the way for smaller herbivores to access the tender shoots below. Their unique stripes are not just for individual identification, they also help to deter blood-sucking flies and regulate body temperature. A common bird in the seasonal wetlands of Nyerere is the African jacana, often nicknamed the Jesus bird. With its oversized feet and unusually long toes, it can walk gently on floating vegetation without sinking. This behavior is not just a feat of ecological adaptation, it allows the jacana to exploit shallow water habitats to the fullest. The jacana is also unique in its breeding strategy. The female mates with multiple males, while the males take on the full responsibility of incubating the eggs and caring for the young. Delicate in appearance, yet remarkably adaptable, the African jacana is a living symbol of a life that is fragile yet resilient. As the seasonal marshes begin to dry, life in Nyerere shifts once more, this time towards the hills and escarpments. This area features a rugged terrain of exposed granite outcrops, low-lying vegetation, and a network of rocky crevices. Thanks to its elevation, the climate here remains cool year-round. This stable environment provides an ideal refuge for wildlife that prefers a more discreet existence. Most importantly, it is home to some of the most sensitive and vulnerable animals in Tanzania, and indeed, the entire continent. One prominent resident of Nyerere's hill forests and escarpments is the black rhinoceros. Unlike their savanna-dwelling relatives, these rhinos seek out the granite hillsides where thickets, rugged terrain, and woodlands shield them from view. This is one of the last truly quiet, untouched lands where this species can exist almost in secret. The black rhino's story of survival is not loud or dramatic. They move slowly, marking their territory with scars on tree trunks. Their curved horn is not just for defense. It is a survival tool used to break branches and adapt to this harsh, arid land. The black rhinoceros is considered one of the most vulnerable wild animals on Earth. This is not only due to their extremely low numbers, but also because of their biology. First is their slow reproductive rate. A female typically gives birth to a single calf only once every 4 to 5 years, with a nursing period that can last up to 2 years. They are solitary animals, lacking the herd dynamics that might offer collective vigilance or group defense. Most importantly, their iconic horn is also their greatest weakness. Poachers hunt them for the very tool they rely on for self-defense. Their deep reliance on stable, undisturbed habitats makes them particularly sensitive to climate change or habitat degradation. Among the herbivores, the klipspringer stands out as a master of rock climbing. This agile antelope can move with ease across rocky outcrops. Their thick, disc-shaped hooves provide a secure grip on steep granite crevices, allowing them to navigate vertical terrain with ease. Another master of the rocky slopes, not for escape but for the hunt, is the leopard. Unlike the pack-hunting lion, the leopard is a solitary creature, avoiding direct confrontation whenever possible. They hunt at night, relying on their sharp eyesight and near-silent movement. Thanks to their retractable claws, padded paws, and flexible bodies, they can react instantly to unpredictable terrain. An adult can weigh between 110 and 155 pounds, enough to take down medium-sized prey like an impala or an adult warthog. But after a kill, they do not eat immediately. Instead, they drag the carcass up a tree or wedge it deep into a rocky crevice, both to preserve it and to protect it from opportunists. A single leopard can survive for up to 13 days on just one medium-sized kill. They may lack the support of a pride, but that is precisely what makes them masters of survival. Finally, a character hidden in silence, but no less formidable. The African rock python, Africa's largest snake. The rock python hunts by ambush, often hiding in the shadows along trails used by small antelopes. They do not rely on venom. Instead, they strike with high precision, seizing their prey with a powerful bite, then coiling their massive body around it. Their constricting force can exceed 13,000 pounds per square foot, enough to stop the circulatory system in moments. With their flexible jaws, they can swallow prey twice the width of their own body. The digestion process takes anywhere from a few days to several weeks. Although these wild creatures have found strongholds to call home, they are well aware that their sanctuary is increasingly fragile. Over the past 2 decades, poaching has taken a devastating toll. From 2006 to 2014, the elephant population in the Julius Nyerere region plummeted from over 109,000 to approximately 15,000. A more profound challenge comes from the Rufiji River. The Julius Nyerere hydropower project is transforming this ancient river into a national energy hub. But in exchange for electricity, the wetlands and floodplains are paying the price. The regulation of the river's flow threatens the natural flood cycles. UNESCO has repeatedly warned that without maintaining this natural water rhythm, the region risks losing its biological value. Along the park's western and southern edges, mining projects are gradually expanding, disrupting migration corridors for many species. Climate change is adding to the uncertainty. Recent data shows the rainy season arriving 2 to 3 weeks later, while dry season temperatures have risen by 2 degrees Fahrenheit over the last decade. Perhaps humanity has begun to hear the silent cries for help from the creatures of this land. The elephant population, after its sharp decline to about 15,000 individuals in 2014, surpassed 20,000 by 2023. This recovery is credited to anti-poaching measures using surveillance drones, camera traps, and GPS tracking. In the Rufiji River Basin, under pressure from UNESCO, the Tanzanian government began testing seasonal flood release models in late 2024. In the southwestern part of the park, 12 mining sites have had their operations suspended or their boundaries reduced, reopening migration corridors for large mammals. Each of these changes is a small but steady step forward. And from within this quiet persistence, Nyerere is slowly catching its breath.